climate change. It is a very important issue which needs the attention of the international community urgently. I have the pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the United Nations to make her statement.
Distinguished delegates, let's talk about climate change. People are calling it as the crisis of our time, and it is. Behind this, the science is dense and the politics get in the way. So, what exactly are we doing wrong and how do we fix it? Based on stats, we started breaking CO2 records in 1950 and we haven't stopped since. Well, scientists say there's a 95% chance that human activity after industrial revolution is the cause. We've been running more and more fossil fuels like oil and coal, which release CO2. The global population has tripled in the past 70 years, and we're consuming more products from animals that release another pollutant called methane. So, all those gases are in the air. And when sunlight gets into the Earth's atmosphere, some of the heat gets trapped and the planet gets warmer. The UN says we are 1 degree hotter than the pre industrial time. In fact, if we warm by 1.5 degrees, it would be acceptable by the end of the century. But again, the problem is speed. Because we're on track to hit 1.5 degrees in only 10 years. And if we don't slow that down, it could be catastrophic. Sea levels are rising about 3 millimeters a year because seawater expands as temperature gets warmer due to melting of trillions of tons of ice sheets and glaciers. If things carry on, millions more of us will have to pack up too. Entire coastal cities could be underwater within 80 years, and entire island nations in the Pacific could completely disappear. Though countries like US and Russia are going backwards in CO2 emission control, on the other hand, there's a positive momentum. There's much more awareness, and countries like India, Morocco are making progress by having massive renewable energy projects. The main measures aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions include increasing the energy efficiency of the economy, promoting and implementing technologies using renewable energy sources and absorbing carbon dioxide, taking steps aimed at reducing emissions from transport, as well as promoting sustainable forms of waste management, agriculture, and forestry. Climate change affects us all, but not equally. Many already are suffering the worst consequence of the climate crisis despite contributing to it the least. I want those in power to fight this injustice and take responsibility for our climate present and future. So, what's the expert advice is that it's down to all of us to change our ways and shake up things, or else climate change will do it for us. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for her statement. We now begin the formal debate on the agenda item, Challenges of Climate Change. I shall invite the speakers one by one in the alphabetical order. The statement should not be for more than 2 to 3 minutes. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Albania, and I give the floor to him. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Algeria. Please be ready. Representative of Albania.
Delegate of Albania, if you're present, kindly acknowledge.
Delegate of Albania, are you present?
Madam President, you can move to the next speaker.
Yes. I now invite the distinguished representative of Algeria to take the floor. Representative of Algeria, are you present?
Delegate of Algeria, this is the last call for you. You can proceed to the next speaker, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Argentina to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates of the world community, for giving the delegate of Argentina the opportunity to address the Assembly. This is a time to dream. Nobody can work alone. We have to work together. We have to have social justice, financial justice, and environmental justice. The world's reconstruction in the post-pandemic era is the opportunity we have to advance in this sense, where international cooperation and multilateralism play leading roles. We reaffirm our commitment to the Paris Agreement and adopts climate change as a state policy. We have invested about $15 million in mitigation and adaptation actions. We also guarantee commitment to the present long-term low-emission strategy to achieve carbon neutral development by 2050. We have adopted a resolution on energy efficiency for the labeling of light-duty vehicles that requires fuel consumption to be declared for each new vehicle model starting from 2018. We shall not exceed a net emission of 483 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by the year 2030. This goal shall be achieved through several implementation means throughout the economy, focusing on energy sectors, agriculture, forest, transportation, industry, and waste. After the change of administration at the end of 2015, climate change has taken a new dimension through a strategic approach with strong political support and new commitment, considering the global needs to tackle one of the largest challenges humanity now faces. The Environment and Sustainable Development Ministry was created on December 28, 2015, strengthening the institutional structure for climate change governance, with a secretary, an undersecretary, and a national direction with specific competence on the issue. Starting on March 2016, the National Cabinet of Climate Change became fully functional, grouping 12 ministries. This decision allowed having an instance of participation, review, and high-level political validation to agree on measures over which the reviewed NDC was built upon. At the same time, the government worked alongside the National Congress for the fast approval of the Paris Agreement. Finally, I quote, "Climate change is a reality that is affecting humanity as a whole, and that requires immediate and coordinated action from leaders around the world." With that, I conclude my statement. Thank you.
Madam President, you are muted.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Armenia to the floor. Delegate of Armenia, are you here?
You can proceed to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Australia to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
With clear permission of the head table and the delegates of the SC House. Respected Madam President, as per the recent report of IPCC, clearly states that climate change is no longer a distant nightmare, but millions of people are already facing it. We are the first generation to feel its impact, and we are the last generation left to do something on this. On this note, as the delegate of Australia, I would like to share the problems that we are faced due to the climate change and our state intervention through various policies, along with the status of our committed targets as per the previous summits. On the peak of climate change impact era, Australia is being continuously facing various devastating events such as long-lasting fire seasons, extreme floods, droughts, sea level, and many more. As we all know that out of balancing the economic growth and emission control is challenging, but not an impossible task. Policies of Australia are designed in such a way that it concentrates not only on the emission control, but also increase the energy productivity measures along with the boost of the uptakes of renewables. Madam President, recent measures such as National Future Fuel and Vehicle Strategies, installation of more than 3 million solar rooftops, frequent public campaign, and many more shows our strong commitment to tackle the crisis in the odd pandemic times. As the delegate of Australia, through all our efforts and plans and policies, I am glad to inform the world that we are on the track of the committed target of emission reduction, that is net zero by 2050 as per the Paris Agreement. We are happily finding our ties at regional and global level partnership, especially with the nations like Indonesia, Vietnam, Fiji, Republic of Korea, and many more to share the knowledge and financial support in mutual means. This shows Australia one among the pioneer in the tackling of climate change crisis. Madam President, lastly, I request as the delegate of Australia to all the top emitters, especially the fast-growing People Republic of China, India, Iran, to take much more stringent measures to control the carbon outrush and have a transparent policies for the same. The heat is on and it's time to act firmly. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Austria to take the floor. Delegate of Austria, are you there?
Ma'am, you can proceed to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan to take the floor. Delegate of Azerbaijan, are you present?
Ma'am, you can proceed to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Bahrain to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, warm welcome. For millennia, technological development and inventions moved at a steady pace until the advent of industrial revolution, which profound changes in mankind and assured an era of unimaginable changes in the next generation, propounded from removing extreme poverty and hunger. This led to the rise of global order, which was characterized by economic interdependence. But sadly, these
Delegate of Bahrain, your voice is actually not coming. So,
Delegate of Bahrain, we hear you.
Yeah, hello. Is it audible now?
Delegate of Bahrain, you can start again.
Yes.
Delegate of Bahrain, you can start your speech again. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. For millennia, technological development and invention moved at a steady pace until the advent of industrial revolution, which profound changes in mankind and assured an era of
Madam
characterized by
President, Delegate of Bahrain, you can be the speaker after some time. Madam President, as of now, you can proceed with the next speaker. Delegate of Bahrain, your chance will come after everybody else speaks. Thanks a lot.
okay.
Madam President, you are muted.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Bangladesh to take the floor.
Delegate of Bangladesh, please respond. Seeing none, ma'am, you can proceed to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Belgium to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Ms. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this floor. Climate change has arrived, and it has arrived with a vengeance. Firestorms raise forests and heat will kill our crops and vaporize the water supplies. The Belgian citizens who died in the floods last July in my country are the first victim to the climate change. Other countries and continents have already paid a huge price that was something far away for us. The IPCC makes for a sobering read indeed. Increase in carbon dioxide concentration and global temperature are unprecedented. The report leaves us with one conclusion. We need a large and rapid scale of carbon dioxide emission reduction to bring 1.5-degree goal within reach. That's why Belgium and European Union are undertaking actions. Now, what is Belgium doing? We are investing to remain one of the world's leading producers of offshore wind energy. We'll triple the capacity by the decade's end that will cover the needs of every individual. We will build every island to connect our offshore sites. With respect to industry, attempting a transition towards friendly production system with major technology breakthrough and new industry model to improve energy efficiency by using waste heat as much as possible. When it comes to the transport sector, planning a shift to zero emission vehicles and energy carriers. Planning to ban diesel cars by 2030 and petrol and LPG cars by 2050. So that can be largely carbon free by 2030. With respect to the buildings, we'll ensure our building stock is fully energy and climate neutral by 2040. With respect to the agriculture, our primary focus is on the development of urban agriculture. In addition to the climate change mitigation, we have the clear ambitions to become one of the most important hubs for clean hydrogen supply. To strengthen the resilience of the fragile countries, we are increasing our contribution to the global climate finance intends to become climate neutral by 2050 and the reduction of gas emissions by 55% at least. And finally, we are not the one to hold the responsibility. The other major economy we should also take urgent equivalent actions to join the Belgium's ambitions and Europe's ambitions, and that was for their own benefit. Because sustainability is not only a matter of saving lives, it is also a matter of protecting livelihood, creating new economic growth, employment opportunities, reconnecting with the global green economic growth. Young people may come with new solutions that they are not even aware of. Clean energy transition and the climate crisis is not only for people and rich countries, because then we fail. The sustainable technology should become affordable, and we can do this. Europe can do this, and the world can do this. Here together, and we will find the willpower and start to turn the tide. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belgium. I now invite the delegate of Bhutan to take the floor. Delegate of Bhutan, are you present?
Ma'am, seeing none, you can proceed to the next speaker.
Yes. I now invite the distinguished representative of Bolivia to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, darling.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates to have the delegate of Bolivia to address the General Assembly. A humid tropical climate with an average temperature of 30 degrees Celsius and the wind coming from the Amazon rainforest causes significant rainfall. This is the climate of Bolivia. In 2009, Oxfam experts gave a report highlighted 5 main effects that Bolivia could expect as a result of climate crisis: less food security, less water availability, more frequent and larger scale natural disasters, an increase in mosquito-borne diseases, and more forest fires. And so the Bolivian strategy on climate change will be based on the 4 areas designed to follow action within an economic and social development framework, promoting clean development in Bolivia by introducing technological changes in agriculture, forestry, and industrial sectors aimed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, contributing to carbon management in forests, wetland, and other managed natural ecosystems, increasing effectiveness in energy supply and used to mitigate effects of GHG emissions and risk of contingencies, focus on increased and efficient observations and understanding of environmental changes in Bolivia to develop effective and timely responses. Bolivia has incorporated cross-cutting policies and programs to guarantee adequate and early response to the impacts of climate change. Bolivia wanted to convey that the climate crisis which we live has been generated by the exploitation of atmospheric space by and in favor of developed countries. So, the extent to which developing country parties will effectively implement their commitments under the convention will depend on the effective implementation by developed country parties of their commitments under the framework related to financial resources and transfer of technology, and will take fully into account that economic and social development and poverty eradication are the first and overriding priorities of the developing country parties. Bolivia understands living well as a civilizational and cultural horizon alternative to capitalism, linked to a holistic and comprehensive vision that prioritizes the scope of holistic development in harmony with nature and a structured solution to the global climate crisis. Living well is expressed in the complementarity of the rights of people to live free of poverty and the full realization of economic, social, and cultural rights and rights of Mother Earth, which integrates the indivisible community of all systems of life and living. I'm here concluding by being forever thankful for grace, goodness, and glory of God. Thank you, God. Let God bless all the nations of the world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bolivia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Brazil to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate.
Distinguished President, I'm honored to present Brazil in UNGA.
Delegate of Brazil, could you be a bit more louder? Could you start again and could you be a bit more louder so that it's audible for everybody?
Okay, sir. Sir, now okay?
Please step close to your device so that your voice actually comes out good.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah, please.
Distinguished President and all other delegates, I am honored to represent Brazil in UNGA. Like any other developing country, Brazil also affected due to climate change in multiple ways. During the past decade, pattern of precipitation have changed significantly and temperature have risen 0.5 degrees Celsius. Especially Amazon region is vulnerable to climate change. Climate of Brazil is getting hotter and drier. Parts of climate of Brazil resulting in more wildfires in Brazil. Climate change leads to increased agricultural income risk, increased food insecurity, and larger health risk. Drives internal migration in Brazil. We find that nearly 0.9 million more people migrate interregionally. Climate change will likely deepen existing regional inequalities. Warming temperature and changing ecological conditions alter animals' habitat. Government announces a policy to create green jobs to preserve vast forest. Also committed to cutting emissions in half by 2030, achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. And Brazil maintains low carbon footprint because country's rate of deforestation has fallen considerably since 1995. Government programs to control sulfur dioxide from industrial sources and maintained standard for cleaner vehicles and fuels for air pollution reduction. Under Paris Climate Agreement, we pledged to end illegal deforestation by 2028 and reforesting 12 million hectares by 2030. Our greenhouse gas emissions, overall emission is less relative to GDP than the world average. We adopted some of the world's most ambitious NDCs committing to reduce greenhouse gases 43% compared to 2005 level in 2030. Also, we are working to reach 45% renewable energy on the electric grid, restore and reforest, and encourage integrated crop, livestock, and forest ecosystems. Brazil plays a critical role in global fight against climate change as one of the world's largest land carbon sinks. We only not emitting carbon, we also the major player when it comes to carbon sequestration. Brazil's rainforest has absorbed 1.7 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent more than it has emitted in the past 20 years. Brazilian mangroves is the second largest mangrove area, hold 8.5% of the global mangrove carbon stocks, biomass, and soil combinedly. We also consider mangroves into strategies to meet Brazil's intended nationally determined contributions. We wish all the measures would help to be a global leader on climate change in the upcoming COPs. We are all one team as a human being. Let's get together towards peace, harmony, and sustainable living in the Mother Earth. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Bulgaria to take the floor. Delegate of Bulgaria, are you present?
Ma'am, seeing no response, you can proceed to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Cambodia to take the floor. Delegate of Cambodia, are you present? I now invite the distinguished representative of Canada to take the floor.
Delegate of Cambodia, just a second, ma'am.
Yes.
Delegate of Cambodia is present, and the delegate has actually shown the virtual hand. So, delegate, are you audible? Could you speak, please? No, you're not audible. Try removing your headset. It might work. You're not audible, delegate of Cambodia. Please take off your headset and you speak. No, delegate, you're not audible. Delegate of Cambodia. You're unmuted, but you're not audible. Try speaking again. If not, we'll move to the next speaker and later come back to you. Or else you can join from another device. No, you're not audible. Madam President, you can proceed to the next speaker. We'll come back to the Delegate of Cambodia. Delegate of Cambodia, please text here so that we can recognize you when you are ready. Thanks a lot.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Canada to take the floor.
Seeing the Canadian delegate absent, you can proceed to the next speaker, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished delegates of Central African Republic to take the floor.
Delegate of CAF, Central African Republic, are you present? Seeing none, you can proceed, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Chile to take the floor. Delegate of Chile, are you present?
Ma'am, again, delegate, yeah, so since the delegate of Chile is also absent, please proceed, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished delegate of Colombia to take the floor. Delegate of Colombia, are you present? I now invite the distinguished representative of Costa Rica to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you, Madam President. The climate crisis is just not like any other crisis. It is an existential crisis, the critical crisis which will keep challenging generations to come. I would like to borrow the words of the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, post the release of Assessment Period Report 6. It is code red for humanity. The report clearly states that people who ever was born on this earth for the past 438 months have not even passed one single normal month. From now on, our new normal is going to be a life between disasters. Am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible.
I'm proud to represent Costa Rica, the first and the only country in the world to have ever disbanded the national army and the first country that understood that no army can fight against nature. The founder of modern Costa Rica, Jose Maria Figueres, was known to have implemented most far-reaching environmental policies in the world even before the world understood the climate crisis. Blessed with extraordinary biodiversity and diverse tropical ecosystem, Costa Rica is the first tropical country to stop and reverse deforestation. and also one of the first countries to craft a national decarbonization plan. We are committed to becoming a carbon neutral country and we are aiming to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Costa Rica produces nearly 97% of its own electricity from renewable resources. Thanks to abundant rainfalls and rivers that allow hydropower to meet most of the electricity demand and helps us to hit a major milestone of having more than 300 days of renewable energy. And according to our president, eventually we'll be able to show the world what ultimately needs to be done and can be done. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Costa Rica for her statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Croatia to take the floor.
Delegate of Croatia, if you're present, kindly acknowledge yourself. Seeing none, ma'am, you can proceed.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Cuba to take the floor.
The Honorable Delegate of Cuba, are you present? Seeing none, you can proceed to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished delegate of the Czech Republic to take the floor.
Last and final call for the Delegate of Czech Republic. Delegate of Czech Republic, are you present? If yes, please acknowledge yourself. If not, yeah, please proceed, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to take the floor.
DPRK or the North Korean delegate, please acknowledge your presence and speak if you're there present in the session.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Czech Republic. Are you present? Delegate of yes. Delegate of Czech Republic, are you present?
Delegate of Madam President, Delegate of Czech Republic is not present. You can proceed to the next speaker. Delegate of DPRK, are you present? Seeing none, you can proceed to the next person, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished representative of the Democratic Republic of Congo to take the floor.
Delegate of DR Congo. Again, the delegate is not present, so ma'am, you can proceed.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Denmark to take the floor.
Greetings, Madam President and distinguished delegates. If Denmark disappeared tomorrow, the carbon footprint might not even register. So why do we need to spend so much time and resources on transforming ourselves? Because we want to be a frontrunner. We want to show the world that you can have a sustainable economy that is wealthy and provides its people with a
Delegate of Denmark, you're not audible. Yes,
Delegate of
please
Denmark,
kindly-
you're
Excuse
not
me.
audible.
Yeah, is it fine now?
Yes.
Yes, delegate, please start from beginning.
Yeah. Greetings, Madam President and distinguished delegates. If Denmark disappeared tomorrow, the carbon footprint might not even register. So why do we need to spend so much time and resources on transforming ourselves? Because we want to be high quality of life. Denmark have set one of the ambitious targets of reducing 70% of its emissions by 2030, and with climate neutrality with net zero emissions by 2050 at the latest. Also, the 2-degree rise in average global temperature from the pre-industrial levels will push a staggering 189 million additional people
Delegate of Denmark, you have gone on mute. So what you can do, since you're facing network issues, you can be tell us a time when you are convenient. We'll put you back to the speakers list. Also, Madam President, you don't have to read out all member nations present in the matrix. You just have to prioritize on those delegates who are there in the participants column in the meeting.
Yeah,
So
sure.
that would be easy for you and also for everybody here. Thanks a lot.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Poland to take the floor.
Respected Madam President, honorable delegates. As a delegate of Poland, I am honored to address the General Assembly. As UN celebrates its 77th anniversary, its founding creed of better environment and greener world is more relevant than ever. Distinguished President, we all know the massive scale of challenges we face by climate change and all know we are not on track. Countries have no choice than to go into emergency mode against the climate crisis. Fight against climate change is also fight for securing our future generation. Therefore, we must have realized that what is take to protect our people and planet. It is also a part of international solidarity. So it has to be this part. Let me ask a question. Do be the rich north test test of solidarity, or do just relocating less efficient production technologies in poor south so that those countries to be blamed for contaminating climate change? We have to think that distinguished president Poland after the communist dictatorship found a difficult ecological situation, but we have done a tremendous effort in past 30 years to restore it. Poland Environment Policy 2030 also support the implementation and fulfillment of target in INDC and SDG. Our programs such as wood and building, green eco environment, adaptation plan in 44 Polish cities, and EU Environment Technology Verification Program are the most significant, which are making country much greener and more forest than any other EU nation. We are reducing the share of coal in our energy mix and renewable getting increased in recent past. Due to this, Poland has reduced 30% CO2 emission between 1988 to 2060. Distinguished President, Poland made tremendous work in COP24 presidency and highly emphasized on Paris Agreement on climate change to reduce emission by 45% and limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. So we support green transition for that rich north and all developing countries that are major emitter but do more and much faster, taking into account common but differentiate responsibilities. That's why we need one health approach with climate change and promote to adopt natural friendly behavior and lifestyle. We need more focus on island nature, which are more vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, our country taking an initiative and hoping to join by all member nations to create a separate international climate finance system for these countries to mitigate and adopt the new technologies and green technologies. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland for his statements. I now invite the distinguished representative of Eritrea to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam President. A warm morning to all. Global temperatures are rising by the day. Climate is changing the way we live and the way we produce our food. Governments across the planet need to take climate change into their policy agendas at all the levels. Eritrea is ready to do its bit, even if it produces only 0.01% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. It ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1995 and prepared its intended nationally determined contribution for the period of 2020 to 2030, with the view that global determination to tackle the effects of climate change calls for commitment from all parties. As climate decisions take years to have an impact, we need to change direction now. Eritrea has demonstrated its commitment with projects that uses solar and wind energy, although it has a long way to go to fully exploit its renewable energy sources. The government of Eritrea has put in place an integrated environmental management program to ensure by 2040 that the natural environment is stable and capable of meeting the needs and well-being of its citizens. Global experts forecast that demand for energy will more than double by 2050, leaving developing countries to deal with increase in their own mitigation and adaptation measure. To counter this, in the recent years, Eritrean government, along with variety of international development partners and relevant stakeholders, has sought to counter the devastating impact of climate change by investing in a range of initiatives and programs including creating small-scale irrigation schemes, building numerous ponds, reservoirs, dams, installing solar panels for water pumps, etc. If the world leaders do not take this chance, the effect on every single one of us will increase. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Eritrea for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of the French Republic to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you're audible.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates gathered here, the French Republic would like to start this speech by declaring that we are on the cusp of a very significant moment in our lives, an opportunity that can make it or break it, depending on the direction that we choose to head. But however, that largely depends on how honest we wish to be about our past and how sincere we are in repairing the present as we step into the future. Climate change is at our doors, knocking and intimidating our lives. Has been for a while now. It threatens the humanitarian systems we have put in so far to protect our people, particularly the women, the children, and the elderly. It declares a dangerous path ahead, openly warring against the societies that we have so painstakingly built. Now, what makes this even more sad is that this is a monster of our own making. Carbon emissions across the world, emitted mindlessly by human activities, have directly led to climate change, as confirmed by the recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. Deforestation, the ever-increasing burning of fossil fuels, and unchecked exploitation of the environment for pure human benefit have all converged and has now brought us to the brink of heading into an uncertain future where our institutions could face collapse due to the burden imposed by these activities. While here we are in the midst of a pandemic, which scientists say will not be the last that we experience, and we have been witness to the immense devastation this pandemic has wreaked on our lives, our health systems, and of course, our overall way of life. If we continue on this path, we stand to see exposure to more such harmful viruses due to deforestation and other climate change inducing activities. Not only that, consequences such as rising sea levels, forest fires, and the increasing numbers of cyclones and storms pose a seemingly gargantuan challenge to our infrastructure. Distinguished delegates, France gave the world the noble ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity centuries ago. All ideas that we seek to emulate, we cherish to ensure a life of meaning and purpose for all our people. As a delegate of the French Republic, I would like to stress on these ideas again. We should take a pledge here to make sure that all of us bring down our carbon emissions by we aim to go carbon neutral by the year 2050, and that is the stand that France would like to take as well. And we also advocate for a complete phasing out of all coal plants by the year of 2050 for all countries. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the French Republic for his statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Guatemala to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you, Madam President. I present a cordial greeting from Guatemala. We see climate change buffeting the world, exacerbating meteorological phenomena. Disastrous effects have led to the loss of human lives, as well as damage to agriculture and infrastructure on a large scale. Guatemala has a wide range of natural and cultural wealth. It is among the 19 most megadiverse countries on the planet, with 33.7% of its territory covered by forests. However, it is acknowledged as one of the countries that experience the greatest risk at the world level because of the climate change variability. Guatemala was hit by two ferocious hurricanes, leaving significant economic and human damage. Economic losses due to climate change ranges from 1.3 3% to 3.7% of our annual GDP, with great repercussions in main productive sectors of the country, impacting the health, our ecosystems, putting the food security and other sectors of the development at risk, including, most importantly, the loss of human life. Despite this, we continue to recover from the damage caused by the natural disasters, which have impelled us to undertake efforts to rehabilitate services and public infrastructure. And we are implementing policies that promote the use of renewable energy resources and transition fuels such as natural gas, which is a tangible support to achieving sustainable development goals using only non-pollutant energy that would contribute to mitigating the effects of climate change by decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. I witnessed with great enthusiasm a few months ago the granting of forest concessions in Peter and how the Maya Biosphere Reserve is a lung of the world that counteracts global emissions. The Global Climate Risk Indexes permanently places us among the top place of vulnerability. Hence, it has a very important voice, and its example can lead others to take important steps, and which is why mobilization of resources and means of implementation of goals post COVID 19 is considered essential. To achieve the objectives, it is essential to guarantee the financial and technical conditions in terms of resilience, the capacity to adapt and mitigate climate change. Hence, Madam President, I would like to conclude saying that atmosphere only responds to emissions and not merely decisions. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Guatemala for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Guyana to take the floor.
Delegate of Guyana, are you present in the session? Delegate of Guyana? Seeing none, you can proceed to the next person, ma'am.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Indonesia to take the floor. Delegate of Indonesia, are you present?
Delegate of Indonesia, this is the last call for you. Seeing the delegate of Indonesia not present in the session, ma'am, you can proceed to the next person.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Laos to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Climate change is a periodic modification of Earth's climate brought about due to the changes in the atmosphere. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change predicts that increases in the global mean temperature of less than 1 to 3 degrees Celsius above the 1990 levels will produce beneficial impacts in some regions and harmful ones in the others. But as we dial up the global temperature, we will soon reach a tipping point. The Environment Programme for Southeast Asia ranked Laos as one of the most vulnerable countries in the region, particularly due to high dependence on climate-sensitive natural resources and low adaptive capacity. As a recent graduate of its least developed country status, the country is also concerned about the serious consequences of climate change to its economic development, human capacity, poverty reduction, and environment sustainability. With around 70% of the Lao population relying on subsistence agriculture for their livelihoods, climate change effects such as unpredictable rains and extended dry seasons will have a significant impact on the lives of the people across the country. To reduce the impact of the climate change, we at Laos follow the ecosystem-based adaptation. The government of Laos ratified the UNFCCC Convention in 1995 and the Kyoto Protocol in 2003. The National Capacity Self-Assessment also identifies the needs and assesses the capacity of the country in the implementation of the Rio Conventions. We have mainstreamed climate change in the 7th National Socio-Economic Development Plan. Between 2000 and 2020, Laos has achieved to reduce emissions by 34% as compared to the baseline scenario, while the greenhouse gas emission growth rate during the period can be estimated around 0.3% on an average annually. Laos is not a major contributor to climate change, but is likely to be disproportionately affected. At this outset, the developed countries are using the call for net zero emissions or carbon neutrality by 2050 to evade the historical responsibility and transfer their burdens to the developing countries. While the developed countries have used much of the carbon space for their development, they are arguing to cut their emissions emanating from even the basic needs of the developing countries. The government of Laos reiterates the adoption of common but differentiated responsibility, as every country is responsible for addressing climate change, yet not equally responsible. The needs of the vulnerable countries should be prioritized for an overall sustainable development and shared prosperity by adopting the One Health approach as also suggested by the delegate of Poland. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Laos for her statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of India to take the floor.
Thank you and greetings to distinguished President and all the distinguished member present here. I am the delegate of India. To begin with, today climate change is our single largest security threat. To substantiate, globally, according to the IPCC report, the past decade 2011 to 2020 was warmer by 1.09 degrees Celsius compared to 1850 to 1900. This means 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming threshold is likely to be breached in the next 2 decades if unmitigated. This is not just alarming, but its unequal, devastating social and economic impact is already being witnessed all over the world and more profoundly by developing countries. In India, about 75% of the districts home to over 638 million people are hotspots for events related to climate change. Indonesia has approved relocation of its capital city due to sinking. Bangladesh, one of the most crowded nations in South Asia, is said to submerge under the ocean by the end of the century if we continue at this rate, and so on. To tackle this issue, in line with UNFCCC, India has taken significant initiatives. India provided institutional solution to build cooperation at international level and initiated International Solar Alliance. We now rank 4th in the world in installed renewable energy capacity. India will take its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts by 2030 and 50% of its energy requirement through renewable energy by 2030. India aims to cut total projected carbon emission of 1 billion ton by 2030 and net zero carbon by 2070. India's National Green Hydrogen Mission and National Electric Mobility Mission Plan are all in line to reduce emission and build a green future. A report by Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development states that potential economic and social impacts of environment degradation are particularly serious for developing countries, given their dependence on natural resources for economic growth and their vulnerability to energy, food and water security, and climate crisis. This calls for comprehensive accountability of nationally determined contribution by both the developed and developing countries based on common but differentiated responsibility. Climate change is a global problem and hence it is a global duty. To fulfill this duty by developing nations, the aid in finance and transfer of technology is paramount. Hence, the developed nations must keep their end of the bargain and provide $1 trillion finance and technical assistance. To conclude, climate crisis is something where the consequences are not local, they are global. It affects all of us, maybe the vulnerable first, but it will hit the rich too. Hence, holistic approach to mitigate the climate crisis based on equitable and fair collective commitment is the need of the hour. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Germany to take the floor.
Madam President and all the distinguished delegates, the impacts of climate change cannot be more evident and clear to us as in the recent decades. The occurrences of all these catastrophic events have increased significantly, such as the Australian wildfires and the cyclones in Idai and Kenneth, and all these severe droughts in Eastern Africa, which have resulted in a severe loss of lives as well as property damage. We in Germany have also experienced an increase in the frequency and the intensity of heat waves, flooding, as well as cold waves in the past few years. And the amount of precipitation, according to recent studies, has also increased by more than 11% since about 30 years ago. In our efforts to combat these issues, we have made climate change now a part of our national policy through the implementation of the Climate Change Act, which has made it legally binding on our government to reach the target of net zero emissions by the year 2045. We have also set up intermediate goals in the years 2030 and 2040 respectively, so as to monitor our progress and stick to this plan of action. As of now, more than 40% of our power generated comes from clean sources of energy only. We have also significantly contributed towards international funding for climate-related technologies in the developing countries. According to our commitments made in the Kyoto Protocol, with a yearly grant of about 2 billion euros per year for funding projects that will help in the transition towards more clearness source of energy. We now hereby urge all the delegates of their respective nations to take absolute and resolute climate action and implement policies to phase out of coal and petroleum based source of energy, and thereby hello, am I audible? Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Delegate.
Yes, your speech is heard till this moment. You can continue.
Yeah. Okay, so which will help in speeding up the transition towards renewable source of energy, like solar energy, wind energy, and tidal energy, respectively. It is now imperative that all of us, both the part of developed as well as developing nations, stick to all of our commitments that we made in the Kyoto Protocol, so as to mitigate the effects of climate change and to ensure a safe and a very sustainable future for upcoming generations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Germany for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Mexico to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Environmental crisis and deep social inequality show how we have left those who need us the most, including the nature itself. Climate change represents a risk to global stability, so multilateral approach is the need of hour. Mexico is a mega diverse country and a dynamic tectonic area, and it is also a part of Ring of Fire. This makes it highly vulnerable to hydrometeorological events, extreme weather conditions, and that leading to human disaster. Mexico insists inclusive and fair climate action, focusing on three aspects in all areas of negotiation, which are human rights, gender equality, and indigenous people. We have taken measures through various pledges and initiatives like achieving net zero deforestation by 2030, reducing 51% black carbon by 2030, and 22% of methane by 2030. Mexico has joined a declaration on forest and land use. We are trying to shift our energy sources to 35% of renewable energy by 2024. In 2012, Mexico passed a comprehensive climate change bill, first of its kind in the developing world. In 27th Conference of Parties, we have decided to consult with children, indigenous people, and women along while drafting our climate change policy. We urge the global community to equitably share the responsibility, funds, and measures which are financially feasible and make the global community aware of climate change. Thank you, ma'am.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Mexico for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Indonesia to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate.
Madam President and distinguished delegates of fellow member states, Indonesia takes the floor of this August forum to question ourselves upon our actions for the past few decades, despite recognizing and understanding the existential crisis that we are facing right now. It's more evident than ever before that any delay in action will cost us our Mother Earth. Indonesia is carrying out active measures to fight the climate change with bold and ambitious goals, keeping in mind the national interest. The goal of Indonesia's climate change adaptation is to reduce risk, enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change in all development sectors. Indonesia plans on halving the deforestation level over the next 3 decades, as well as reforesting 26.2 million acres of land by 2050. The forestry sector, which originally contributed 60% of Indonesia's emissions, will reach carbon net sink by 2030. With marine areas occupying 74% of the country's area, Indonesia aims at developing and testing out restoration opportunities assessment methodology for mangroves, as a part of which 3 million hectares of mangrove forests have been rehabilitated from 2010 to 2019 and 600,000 hectares more within the end of the year. Along with the Indonesia Climate Change Trust Fund receiving non-refundable contributions from bilateral and multilateral donors, a specific climate financing instrument, carbon pricing, is also under preparation, which will open opportunity to mobilize climate finance from both domestic and international sources. Indonesia pledges to achieve net zero by 2060 by adhering to the long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience and other policies mandated in the NDC updated post COP26. While setting strict, ambitious goals to tackle climate change is the need of the hour, considering a nation's development is also important, and eradicating poverty is as essential for developing nations. So it is an earnest demand that Indonesia places on the developed nations to extend their hands in terms of financing and transfer of technology to achieve global net zero as soon as possible. This is not a battle that can be fought individually, but something that can be fought collectively with global collaboration and cooperation. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Denmark to take the floor.
Madam President, am I audible?
Your voice is low, Delegate. Delegate of Denmark, you're not audible.
Delegate of Denmark, your voice is still not coming out. So you can try, if you are connected with your headphone, you can try removing your headphone and try. If not, you can join from other device and give your speech.
Is it better now?
It's completely better now, Delegate. You are clearly audible. Please proceed.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam President and distinguished delegates. If Denmark disappeared tomorrow, the carbon reduction might not even register. So why do we need to spend so much time and resources on transforming ourselves? Because we want to be a front runner. We want to show the world that you can have a destabilized economy that is wealthy and that provides its people with high quality of life. We, Denmark, have set one of the ambitious targets of reducing 70% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and climate neutrality with net zero emissions by 2050 at the latest. Also, the 2-degree rise in the average global temperature from the pre-industrial levels will see a staggering 189 million people in the grip of poverty and hunger. Madam President, vulnerable communities, a vast majority of whom rely only on subsistence agriculture, fishing, and livestock, and who only contribute the least to this climate crisis, will continue to bear the brunt of these impacts with limited means to cushion the blow. Madam President, we must ensure everyone carries the burden, especially the ones with the broadest shoulders. Madam President, our ability to deliver as we the people determines whether people will continue to look into this organization for answers and solutions. The UN and all of us must deliver on climate action and sustainable development. We know the challenges and we know what is needed. And now, let us show the necessary will and act together. Make no mistake, This will never be easy. We have a massive task ahead of us, but Denmark is determined to take part in the leadership fight against the climate change. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Algeria to take the floor. Delegate of Algeria, are you present? I now invite the distinguished representative of the People's Republic of China to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President and distinguished delegates. This August forum once more stands as a dais for China to echo its resolute stand on the future of Chinese climate change policy and the high importance it attaches in achieving its set goals. Man and nature form the community of life, and China acknowledges this equilibrium as an important starting point to push forward high-quality economic development, high-level environmental protection, and harmonious ecological infrastructure. China observes the path of green development as this is an absolute requirement not only for overcoming resource and environmental constraints, but also for meeting a goal of high standards of life for its people. China will work in tandem with the international community to establish a new philosophy of innovative, coordinated, green, open, shared development and augment a neoteric opportunity of technological revolution and industrial transformation to promote a green recovery of the global economy in the post-pandemic world. Madam President, we take this opportunity once more to hold on record that combating climate change is not at others' request, but on China's own initiative. China remains unmoved in its commitments to address climate change, as well as its resolve to promote a fair, equitable, and mutually constructive global climate governance system. Thank you.
Preston, you are muted, ma'am.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the People's Republic of China for her statement. I now invite the distinguished delegates of Papua New Guinea to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Distinguished delegates, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for giving opportunity to represent Papua New Guinea, which is the largest nation in Pacific Southwest with more than 6 highlands and several atolls. Countries surrounding the sea levels have been rising by 7 mm per year since 1993 and averaging around 15 cyclones per 10 years, and increased wind speed and temperature has hampered agricultural process at cornerstone of our economy and population's livelihood. 1,700 residents of Carteret Islands of 2,500 inhabitants have been named as world's first environmental refugees due to rise in sea level in Papua New Guinea. With national policies focused on resettling half of island's population has cost up to $, around $5.3 million. Despite financial obstacles, country has activated national efforts to reduce carbon emissions and tap into sustainable adaptations. We maintain ongoing conservation initiative to preserve its mangroves, working alongside with UN Developmental Program and Green Climate Fund. We have spearheaded initiatives that provide authorities and residents the tools to make informed decisions about planning for and responding to the floods. Our climate and developmental plan strives to achieve no regrets in climate change policy. Under this, our nation is committed to invest in new water technologies to recycle water and also to transit to 100% renewable energy by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. We also implement SDGs to minimize the carbon footprint with the aim to reduce the carbon emissions. With 16% of the world's rainforest and 6% of the biodiversity, we function as a great carbon sink. We preserve this for a greater atmosphere At the same time, we have to advance into the modern world with great technologies. But being a developing country with financial obstacles, we want to see major carbon emitters who enjoy national economic transformations through industrialization in past to pause, think and take responsibility and to be genuine and to be committed in their actions to commensurate emissions and also to fund climate change mitigation and adaptation so we can cope up with the promises in conference. If we don't act together, then climate crisis would affect social, economic growth of the people. Then the world might see many more environmental refugees would lead to a crisis, majorly food crisis or the land issues. So we need to bind together with differentiated responsibility to give our next generation with sustainable environment and advancement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the distinguished representative of Papua New Guinea for his statements. I now invite the distinguished representative of Peru to take the floor.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Delegate.
Very good morning to Honorable Madam President and everyone present here. In these times of a never-ending pandemic, enough scientific data have also confirmed the emergence of climate crisis. The Andean rural communities are affected not only by the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic consequences, but also the impact of climate crisis such as rising temperature, erratic rains, forest fires, melting glaciers, landslides, famine, and drought. With declaration of climate emergency, our country president, Mr. Pedro Castillo, called for an urgent action to help reverse the negative trends of climate change, ensuring the well-being of the present and future generations. Peru has a rich biologically diverse ecosystem and population, but the brunt of the climate change is borne by the most vulnerable. Our challenge lies in improving the resilience of these populations against the climate change. Therefore, we have been carrying out the following actions. A national plan for adaptation of climate change that will contribute to achieving the overall goal of reducing damage and loss occurred by the climate change, with a strong focus on sustainable development and a robust regulatory framework outlining the national and regional strategies to educate and promote public participation in energy efficiency, emission control, and use of low carbon technologies. Concerning mitigation, Peru has committed to reducing 40% of its carbon emissions by 2030. A national climate change strategy with a long-term vision to 2050 that will define Peru's path to carbon neutrality and resilience is being updated to fulfill our commitments. Last but not least, Peru has built a solid platform for participation of civil society and indigenous people in process of design, implementation, and monitoring of adaptation and mitigation measures, and systematizing the traditional knowledge and ancestral practices, and also saving the Peruvian Amazon from deforestation. The whole world is watching us and demanding us to act urgently. And we must promote the fight against the climate change, giving importance to human rights, gender, sexual, and cultural minorities' rights, and take up intergenerational and intercultural approaches in transition to a sustainable and inclusive development. Therefore, I take the stage to call upon all the countries to make best efforts in making decisions necessary to save our planet Earth. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Peru for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Romania to take the floor.
Is my voice clear?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. So the delegate of Romania wishes a very good morning to the honorable chair, fellow delegates, and the distinguished guests. We experience every day the negative effects of climate change. Either we speak about ever largest floods, drought, or desertification, strong storms, or forest fires. Climate change increasingly affects our lives. Just like any other nation, Romania too is a victim of climate change. It experienced periods of intense flooding and significant droughts. Number of wildfires increased significantly. These disasters have led to the death of hundreds of people and loss in crops and economic returns. Romania is committed to fighting climate change and pursuing low-carbon development. Therefore, the government of Romania has requested the World Bank to provide advisory services to help meet this commitment. Integration of both mitigation and adaptation actions into Romania's national struggles strategies, policies, and programs will be a critical step in shifting its development path towards a climate resilient, low carbon, and green economy. Agreeing with the Delegate of India, climate crisis is something where the consequences are not local, they are global. It affects all of us. Developing nations have the least incentive to commit to this, which is why the developed nations must come in. Following are a few suggestions Romania gives to counter global climate change. Number one, for protecting forests. Forests are home to many of the world's most endangered wildlife. They also protect the planet by absorbing carbon dioxide, which is also a major source of pollution that causes climate change. Secondly, influencing policy. Governments may play a central role to tackle the climate crisis. It must work to advance policies that reduce carbon pollution, support clean energy technologies, prepare for the effects of climate change, and curb deforestation. Third, investments must accelerate the decarbonization of all aspects of our economy. Fourth, making societies and people more resilient through a transition that is fair to all and leaves no one behind. And lastly, cooperation. As we all know, no country can succeed alone. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Romania for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation to take the floor.
Yeah, also before the delegate of Russian Federation makes a speech, as the moderator, let me bring this to the attention of the council. All the delegations will be given an opportunity to speak in the formal statements. So member nations need not approach the moderator saying that we are not following the alphabetical order. Of course, we are not following the alphabetical order for convenience reasons. However, everyone will be given an opportunity to speak. So kindly don't worry about it. Madam President, you may proceed with the formal session.
I now invite the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Distinguished Madam President, indeed, the issues of combating climate change that we are discussing today are extremely important and of concern to everyone. Russia, like the other countries, is experiencing the negative consequences of global warming, and because of the climate change, our country is facing desertification, floods, forest fires, and soil erosion. The Russian economy could lose more than $67 billion by 2050 due to the melting of permafrost, which is a real concern because 65% of the Russian territory is covered by permafrost. Russia is warming 2.5 times faster than the planet as a whole. The rate of warming in the Arctic is even higher. Our president said that he wanted Russia's net greenhouse gas emissions to be less than the European Union over the next 30 years. Russia's greenhouse gas emissions are around half of the total of the 27 European Union countries. The Russian government has adopted a new 2050 strategy of social and economic development to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80% compared to the 1990 levels. It is a tough but realistic goal. Taking a promise of reaching carbon neutrality by 2060 does not mean Russia is refraining from achieving this goal at an earlier stage. We are fulfilling all our obligations under the United Nations Framework Conventions of Climate Change and Paris Agreement. The success of these missions depends on the availability of new technologies and funds to finance this transition. This promise is based on a comprehensive approach covering not only the problem of controlling and decreasing emissions, but also managing and improving greenhouse gas absorbing capabilities of the natural ecosystems, including forests, tundra, farmlands, marshes, and seas, by expanding agricultural production in Siberia and Far East, and also opening up greater access to energy and mineral resources in the Arctic regions. It is critical to develop a common, fair, and transparent rules for carbon pricing and ensure their multilateral recognition and comparability between countries. Therefore, there should be no discrimination or restrictions preventing countries from accessing certain technologies and finance tools that will facilitate the development of sustainable infrastructure, capture and storage, decarbonization, improving energy efficiency, and support transition of clean energy. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation for her statements. I now invite the distinguished delegates of Rwanda to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you, Madam President, for the recognition. My greetings to all the distinguished delegates. As stated by many delegates, and we concur that today climate change has emerged as the single largest security threat for all the nations around the world. It has threatened our lives, our livelihoods, and our entire existence. In Rwanda, Madam President, we have seen the first-hand impact of climate change. Flood, drought, and landslides have damaged life and livelihoods of thousands of Rwandans. Though Rwanda is among the countries with lowest per capita emission rate, but in Rwanda too we have faced the brunt of climate change, and thus adaptation and mitigation policies remain our top priority. Our government has signed and ratified major climate agreements, including the Paris Agreement in 2015, which are all in sync with our ambitious vision of reaching a climate resilient economy by 2050. Madam President, Rwanda, understanding the seriousness of climate change, has updated its NDC and is fully committed to reduce the emissions by 38% by 2030 and reach a net zero by the year 2050. To tackle the threat of environmental pollution, Rwanda was the first few countries in the world to ban plastic bags in the year 2008 and to reduce single-use plastic by the year 2019. Today, my country is heavily investing in e-mobility, sustainable urbanization, solid waste management, and other such policies, which has helped our capital city, Kigali, to become one of the cleanliest and most environmental friendly city in Africa. Madam President, we will be falling short of our duty as a nation to both our people as well as the planet if we do not urgently deal with the issue of rising global temperature and rapid emissions of the greenhouse gases. In this regard, the Republic of Rwanda has implemented a national cooling strategy to reduce the emission of hydrofluorocarbons in accordance with the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. Rwanda's determination and commitment to a better and more equitable future is clearly evident from its growth path in last 2 decades, even after suffering one of the world's most brutal and heinous genocide. Today, Madam President, climate change is not a problem of single nation anymore. It has taken a global shape, and national policies will not work in silos. We need a global and integrated approach immediately. It is already well established that developed nations with some of the highest per capita emission rates must reduce government subsidies to coal and oil companies, finance the adaptation and mitigation needs of the developing countries, and also, Madam President, they should stop the free ride of the industrial polluters in the name of free market economy, because for the economy will die if our ecosystem doesn't survive. So the Republic of Rwanda would urge all countries, north and south, small and big, rich and poor, to come together, join hands, and fight this challenge of climate change while we still can. This, Madam President, is our moment of action. We either come together to make history or sit idle and be vilified by it. To conclude, I would say, protect that has been given for free, our waters, skies, wildlife, and trees. For once they are gone, don't you say, consider yourself warned for that fatal day. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Rwanda for his statements. I now invite the distinguished representative of Singapore to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegate, as a delegate of Singapore, it's a high honor to participate in General Assembly. Singapore has seen bouts of high temperature and very intense thunderstorms that have led to flash floods. Our annual mean temperature rose from 26.6 degrees Celsius in 1972 to 28.3 degrees Celsius in 2015, which was both the warmest year and second driest year ever recorded. Phase 1 of the second National Climate Change Study projected that our temperature could rise by between 4 degrees Celsius and 4.6 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, while mean sea level could rise by between 0.25 meter and 0.76 meter in the same period. In this scenario, the initiatives taken by our government to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions are noteworthy. A small country with dense population, about 98% of total energy of Singapore comes from traditional fuel sources. 60% of greenhouse gases are contributed by industrial sector. As a measure, we switched from fuel oil to natural gas, and 95% of electricity is now generated from natural gas. From 2000 to 2012, greenhouse gas emission grew at a lower rate of 2.1%. In 2019, the total greenhouse gas emission is 51,570 kilotons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is lower than previous year. Today, Singapore accounts for 0.11% of global emission. According to International Energy Agency, Singapore ranks 126 out of 142 countries in carbon dioxide emission per dollar GDP. In 2015, at Paris Agreement, we pledged to reduce our carbon dioxide emissions intensity by 36% from 2005 levels by 2030 and stabilize emissions with the aim of peaking around 2030. We aim to achieve net zero emission in the second half of this century. With these goals in mind, we called for urgent collective action to address the global climate crisis in COP26. Also, we urged for strong climate finance package for developing countries to meet their climate goals. The future of our country's role in climate issue can be achieved by multilateral cooperation among the countries. Beyond cutting emissions, we consider green financing as another key part of its overall climate strategy and aims to become a green finance hub for ASEAN and Asian countries. Establishment of rules and frameworks for carbon market will critically support the nation's grand ambitions to become a key carbon services hub. With this, Madam President, I would like to conclude my statement. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of South Sudan to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Respected President and distinguished delegates. Climate change is no longer some far-off problem. It is happening here and now. As we are aware, the Republic of South Sudan signed and ratified the Paris Agreement since 2016. However, we are still in the process of developing the Paris Rulebook. Climate change has already impacted lives of at least 1.5 million people across South Sudan. Additionally, droughts, excessive heat, heat waves, and irregular rain patterns are causing crop failure and further affecting the shattered livelihoods of our people. Despite the fact that the country's emissions are negligible, nevertheless, we have submitted a very ambitious second nationally determined contributions and our first national adaptation to the United Nations Climate Change Conference. South Sudan commends the Declaration on Deforestation and Land Use and hopes that it will access funding to complement its national plan for planting 100 million trees in 10 years in our efforts to correct deforestation. South Sudan will embark on clean and development trajectory by generating 3,000 megawatts of power from renewable energy. In the area of agriculture and food production, we intend to develop agriculture sector by introducing smart technologies. On Lake Chad, Your Excellency, Madam President, I wish to draw the attention of this Assembly and African Union to the continual issue of the Lake Chad getting dry at an alarming rate. An imminent solution is needed to resolve this and should be the priority of all of us to bring more water into the lake, which will significantly help in halting the advancement of Sahara Desert north and south. All these efforts, as in your excellencies, require financial support, capacity building, and technology transfer. It is our hope that the targeted funding will be met by 2023, but given the magnitude of the catastrophes brought forth by the climate change, we believe that the 100 billion pledge is not sufficient to address the pressing challenges. Therefore, we implore the developed economies to increase their contributions and also recommend that 50% of the funds raised be earmarked for adoption policies and that the funds be provided as grants rather than loans. In conclusion, we declare to all the parties that South Sudan will play its utmost role to save the planet and preserve it for the future generation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of South Sudan for her statements. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Spain to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished Madam President, world leaders and delegates, good morning to one and all present here. My country, located on the Iberian Peninsula in the southwest corner of Europe, has the average temperature 1.7 degrees Celsius, which is higher than the average in the pre-industrial era.
The climate change is evidently seen as 74% of Spain is at risk of desertification and 18% is at high risk of becoming irreversibly desert. Rising sea levels and the 3 heat waves of 2020, one of which lasted 9 days, make it the longest heat waves recorded since 1975. Storm Gloria of 2020 devastated the coastal areas along the Mediterranean Sea. The La Nina phenomenon, which should have made Spain cooler, can't anymore. Between 2005 and 2019, the country reduced emissions by 27%, performing better than the European Union average. In January 2020, the Spanish government declared a climate emergency and defined the climate action agenda by setting 30 lines of priorities. The first priority was to spend the Spanish Parliament the bill on climate change and energy transition. In May 2021, Spain finally adopted the country's first climate change and energy transition law, which commits to cutting emissions by 23% by 2030, compared with 1990 levels. My country is proud to say that as a developed country, this law acts both as an instrument for channeling European funds to help Spain recover from economic crisis looming after the COVID-19 pandemic, while also laying the foundation for a new, greener and more sustainable economy in line with the commitments of the European Commission and the European Green Deal. The climate change is sticking. We can acknowledge it and ensure our survival by reducing emissions, or we can gloss over like we are deafened by its text. I conclude, Madam President. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Spain for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom to take the floor. Delegate of United Kingdom, are you present?
Delegate of the UK, are you present?
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you're audible. Please proceed.
Well, Madam President, thank you for giving the delegate of the United Kingdom the opportunity to address the General Assembly.
Delegate of UK, before you start, kindly turn on your cameras.
Madam President, thank you for giving the delegate of the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, thank you for giving the delegate of the United Kingdom the opportunity to address the General Assembly. Madam, I would like to highlight the challenges faced by the United Kingdom due to the climate change and the measures taken and proposed to tackle the same by our government. By 2014, the United Kingdom's 7 warmest and 4 out of its 5 wettest years had occurred between the years of 2000 to 2014. Higher temperatures increased evaporation and consequently rainfall. In 2014, England recorded its wettest winter in over 250 years with widespread flooding. In 2019, net greenhouse gas emissions in UK were 454.8 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent, which of 80% was carbon dioxide. In parts of the southeast of the UK, the temperature in the hottest days of the year increased by 1 degree Celsius per decade in the years 1960 to 2019. The highest ever recorded temperature in the United Kingdom was recorded 38.7 degrees Celsius in 2019 in Cambridge. The climate change has induced tremendous impacts on our economy. The UK needs to be spending £20 million more compared to 2010 to 2011 as the baseline each and every year out to 2035, just to keep pace with the climate change. The climate change program was launched in November 2000 by the British government in response to its commitment agreed at the 1992 United Nations Conference on environment and development. The government of United Kingdom has a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% on 1990 levels by 2025 and to net zero by 2020. In May 2019, Parliament declared a climate change emergency. In December 2020, our Prime Minister, Mr. Boris Johnson, declared the UK will set a target of 68% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2030 and include this target in its commitments in the Paris Agreement. Energy is one of the biggest sources of UK's emissions. A Climate Change Act contains the national commitment to cut the greenhouse gas emissions. It was passed by an overwhelming majority in 2008. The Climate Change Committee, which was established by the Act, proposes the carbon budgets to the government. In order for the 2020, 23 to 27, 28 to 32, 2033 to 37 carbon budgets, the Climate Change Committee recommends for taking steps to become more energy efficient by moving away from coal using and gas-fired power to electricity generated from renewables. In the transport sector, the UK charges car drivers a fuel duty tax on the road fuel they burn, and it has brought forward an end to the sale of new petrol and diesel cars and bans to 2030. In the regulation against fossil fuels, the government has brought forward the end of coal use for power generation to 2024. In large-scale power generation, Britain replaced the market-based renewable obligation with a contracts for different scheme with guarantees a fixed price per unit for low-carbon power generation. Britain is giving a rollout of smart meters across all UK households, which help individuals reduce the consumption of energy by increasing the customers' awareness of how much they are using and how much it costs. In the business sector, polluters pay a climate change levy per unit of energy consumption. Thus, the government of UK takes sustainable efforts to reduce the climatic impacts in its territory in particular and the globe in general. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of the United States of America to the floor.
Morning, Madam President. Good morning, Honorable President. Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. First of all, as a delegate of USA, I would like to reiterate the statement that change is the only thing that is permanent. The change that we witnessed in 1774 gave birth to a major democracy called the United States of America, and it was the seed to world democracy. Likewise, the change in the 21st century in the form of climate is an opportunity for USA to emerge as a leader in taming and winning this change, as changes are nothing but an opportunity in disguise. Friends, all of you have seen the ravage effects of climate change, crossing all barriers, crossing all kinds of people, lives, and livelihoods. Even we are no different. The California floods and forest fires have cost us trillions of dollars, and apart from that, loss of social isolation as well as lives and livelihoods. So no more it is time for speech as well as debates, but it is a very important time for action. But there are some deadlocks. I would not like to repeat that statements, but I would like to synchronize with you all, like the climate finance, cheap technology, as well as the need to balance poverty and development. At the same time, we need to conserve the environment. But we, the brothers and the sisters of America, stand shoulder with you all in these testing times. And we, as Americans, strongly believe that climate change is an opportunity for unity, investment, innovativeness, and a clean energy future. Our leaders have committed to reduce 50 to 52% of the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 in the present 2005 levels, and also a net zero target by 2050. For that, we believe in an inclusive and an equitable solution, starting from smart and organic farming, as well as incentivizing the public, like tax cuts for solar panels, as well as for solar panels and wind farms, along with molding up with the private sector to leverage the usage of modern technologies in capturing, measuring, mitigating the effects of climate change. We strongly believe that this joint venture would indulge in green jobs creation as well as an economic growth. But we are also aware that all of you are not on equal footing. As a developed country, we also have some kind of obligation towards you all. So in this context, we would be supporting climate finance towards all the LDCs as well as the developing countries by 2024. And Our Build Back Better World initiative would provide the political, financial, technical expertise required to combat this climate change and take it as an opportunity into investment. The USA, as a delegate of USA as well as the Americans, we are happy to see the climate awareness among the young generation, especially Greta Thunberg. And we would like to assure them that our commitment is not a hollow promise. Friends, the quotes of the environment-friendly attire of Gandhiji and the quotes of Tutu, this is worth examining at this moment of time. Not combating climate change today, then there is no tomorrow. But in this highly globalized and a multilateral world, there is not a unilateral solution. Since USA does not mean alone United States of America, it can be split as US and A. US stands for United States and A stands for all the dignitaries present here as the representatives of your respective countries. Setting aside our differences to give our clean and resourceful planet as a gift to our healthy future. So we need to sprint by 2030 to win the marathon of 2050. United we stand, divided we fall. Is that what America believes? Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States of America for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to take the floor.
Hi, I am audible.
Yes, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam President, Chair, and to all the distinguished delegates. We assembled here to discuss one of the most pressing concerns, climate change. Country Zimbabwe like to point out the importance of solidarity and cooperation to tackling global challenges. It is most unfortunate that impact of climate change is disproportionately borne by vulnerable communities which have contributed the least current stock of atmospheric carbon. Madam President, Zimbabwe has not been spared from climate change challenges which have led to an increasing frequency of severe droughts, cyclone-induced floods, shorter rains, hotter summers, and colder winters. These are coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic and unilateral sanctions from North, which had a negative impacts on lives and livelihoods of the people of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe and parts of African nations continue to experience these devastating impacts of climate change. This is in spite of the fact that African continent is least polluted. Madam President, Zimbabwe has revised its nationally determined contribution and committed to a conditional 40% per capita greenhouse gas emission reduction target by 2030. Comprehensive strategies are also being implemented towards mainstreaming climate change adaptation and resilience across all sectors of our economy. Greener energy is an enabler for building back better and is crucial in direct achievement of sustainable development goals while playing a key role in mitigating climate change. The high-level dialogue on energy sets the stage for exploring viable, renewable, and greener energy solutions. As we do so, let us link the economic growth with accelerated transition to net zero emission for a climate resilient future. Zimbabwe likely to point out that vulnerable countries must therefore be capacitated to mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to climate change. The expectations is that the major emitters will scale up mitigation action and show greater interest in adaptation. Zimbabwe is open for business. In order to do so, the unilateral sanctions should be withdrawn. Zimbabwe stands ready to welcome and facilitate the investment across the world towards greening our economy and achieving sustainable development, which leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, as the Delegate of India mentioned before, climate change is a global problem, hence it is a global duty. The increased challenges facing the world today call for stronger solidarity and renewed commitment to strengthen multilateralism as a viable mechanism for achieving maintaining peace, security, equality, justice, sustainable economic development, and protection of our environment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you are audible.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, the delegate of Uzbekistan is delighted to be a part of this session. We all have become aware that climate change undeniably has become a serious issue, and we are only witnessing the consequences of our past mistakes. Here, most importantly, the delegation of Uzbekistan would like to call attention to two things. First, the status of developing countries, since they are most vulnerable to climate change. To address this, developed countries should take up responsibilities to support developing countries financially and technologically, Is it known that developed countries are responsible for more than half of the emissions, and the historical emissions cannot be forgone? Second, to the fact that women are more likely than men to be affected by climate change. Their roles as primary caregivers and providers of food and fuel make them more vulnerable. To address this issue, increased participation of women is essential in global negotiating bodies as decision makers. Uzbekistan, though least responsible for climate crisis, is facing disproportionate consequences of climate change, like change in rainfall patterns leading to drought and water shortage. The problem is magnified with drying of the Aral Sea. In this direction, Uzbekistan has taken significant steps to combat climate change, as we believe it to be a first noble human duty for our future generations. Uzbekistan has increased its commitments more than 300%, with plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2030 and to increase the share of renewable energy by 25%. One big step occurred last year, for which delegation of Uzbekistan would like to express gratitude to UN General Assembly for adopting a resolution on Aral Sea region. Before concluding, the delegate of Uzbekistan would like to reinstate Uzbekistan is always ready to do its parts and willing to join hands with the global community to make this planet as a better place for our future generations. Thank you, Madam President, for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Bahrain to take the floor. Delegate of Bahrain, are you present?
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you are audible.
Mr. President, Excellencies, a warm welcome. For a millennia, technological development and inventions moved at a steady pace until the advent of Industrial Revolution, which profound changes in mankind and assured an era of unimaginable change. Vast majority of changes in the next generation propounded from removing extreme poverty and hunger. But sadly, these developments also came with a price called climate change, and our collective duty is to make sure that it does not cost our Earth. Emissions reductions through investments and renewable energy is certainly a central feature of this approach. But even as we increase renewable energy share of global demand, carbon will remain as a fixture of energy mixture for many years to come. This means that billions of tons of carbon will need to be removed and sequestered each year if we have to arrive at net zero and limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. While the Kingdom of Bahrain is responsible for just 0.07% of global emissions, we recognize climate change not least as in climate nations. As said by the other delegates, that climate change is a global challenge that requires global solutions. World also need to find a balance between net zero targets and investing in hydrocarbons to support global economy as well. Energy is the most important commodity for human development and people can't do without it. We also see a risk of vicious cycle in which the costs are going to be high and we are going to be hit by economic cycles of low investments and high price. Therefore, a meaningful development of technology requires an active concert with active solutions from the global powers. While the Kingdom of Bahrain has set a net zero target at 2060, we have also set our ambitious interim goal of 30% reductions of carbon emissions by 2035 through decarbonizations and will develop our deployment and renewables, which we had addressed in Conference of Party 21. Our 2035 target also includes carbon removal solutions by quadrupling mangroves and doubling tree coverage in Bahrain, and also development of carbon capture technology, which we believe is essential. A future net zero economy capable of propelling humanity to new heights depends entirely on the capability of people to participate in it. We must ensure that our work towards reduction in carbon emissions forms a strategic alliance for the betterment of the world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bahrain for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Cambodia to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted to join you all in this UN Replica 2022. There is no escaping the facts that climate change threatens our survival. The recent IPCC report lays out the stark facts that our time to act is too short, but it's never too late. We know what we have to do, that is, to cap global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Cambodia, a low emission country, is strongly committed in doing our share to the global efforts. We have tripled our climate budgets in the last 5 years, now around 2% of the GDP. We have commissioned over 400 megawatts of utility scale solar energy, representing 15% of our energy mix. 16 different ministries are commissioned to target around 42% in emission reduction by 2030. We are increasing the share of clean energy by not developing any new coal power plants and also not constructing any new hydropower dam. We are also formulating a long-term strategy for carbon neutrality to promote activities that can deliver low carbon, climate resilient, and inclusive growth. We remain concerned that the level of commitments falls far short of the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, which puts us on a dangerous path, particularly for the post-COVID recovery in least developed countries. We call for the developed countries to increase their contributions to international climate financial mechanism under the convention and to further facilitate direct access to the funds. Otherwise, promoting sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure, disaster management capabilities, and low carbon development in least developed countries would barely be an empty talk. Now we enter the crucial decade of action envisioned by the Paris Agreement, and it is not a time for hesitation or half measures, but for ambition, decisiveness, and implementation. Cambodia will continue to take steps to tackle the climate change and fully honor its obligation. Friends, when it comes to climate change, there is no stop button. We can't hit pause or even rewind. Prevent and protect is better than repent and repair. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cambodia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Guyana to take the floor. Delegate, your voice is low.
Now am I audible now?
Yes, Delegate, you are audible.
Thank you, distinguished President, and my greetings to my fellow mates. As we all know, the code red has already been declared on planet Earth, and as a responsible Earthians, we are in the need of the heart to the needful. Guyana has always been an active participant in the climatic change and the UN Forum. Guyana, based on 1994 national inventory, makes only a minor contribution to the emission of the greenhouse gas. Guyana, with the budget support program aided by European Union, with a fund of euros 7.56 billion, we have forged in rebuilding our fragile coastal line, which are highly prone to flooding during high tides. We have managed to build more than 6 new mangrove sites, which are natural barriers, and our extensive rainforest helps us to keep a check in the disaster. And our with this, we not only achieved environmental success but also social success, and also with Guyanese females. Multi-annual indicative programs along with European Union leading us in the path of a long-term vision for green transition. The responsibility we are accounting should also be extended to the developed nations. Vague languages and commitments and enforcement rules are not only needed for achieving the sustainable development goals. The poorer nation suffers the burden of achieving the target more than their efficiency. Sustainability not only achieve global target but also to improve the lives of the citizens of the nations, and will help to offset the expenditure that has been incurred to our relentless struggles. Developing nations can contribute with technical sound studies and informations that can be used for designing mitigations and adaptations to the natural resilience and for the climatic change. Climate finance mobility and certainty is needed. Equity is the need to the heart and the key to stopping the climatic change. So equality, more than equality, it's the equity what we need. It's not about the charity, but the principle of the common differential responsibility. It's a collective battle to be owned, and let's make them together. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Guyana for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of New Zealand to take the floor.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Is it okay now?
Yes, delegate,
Hello.
you're audible.
Greetings to respected Madam President and the distinguished delegates. Every problem has its own solutions, and climate change is not out of it. But what it requires not only individual responsibility, but also joint responsibility. And New Zealand takes climate change responsibility very seriously. We also believe in doing right things, not only just for our country, but also for the world. So in this aspect, delegates of New Zealand wants to address the steps taken by New Zealand to combat the climate problems. New Zealand becomes the first country to introduce a law that requires public and private sector to report the impacts of climate change on their business, and also requires to explain the mitigation process. Notwithstanding with this, we have set the framework to become net zero emitter by 2050 and are going to purchase entirely zero emission public transportation vehicles by 2050. Moreover, we have established a goal to plant 1 billion trees to be completed by 2028, and we have generated 84% of our electricity from renewable sources. Last but not the least, we have committed to provide $1.3 billion over 4 years with special focus on Pacific country, along with technology transfer to developing country in hydrogen and geothermal energy. So, despite such efforts, New Zealand alone cannot mitigate the risks posed by the climate change. And in this aspect, New Zealand wants all the countries to stand against climate change. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand for his statements. I now invite the distinguished representative of Algeria to take the floor. Representative of Algeria, are you present?
Yes, Madam President, just a second.
Thank you.
Delegate of Algeria, are you able to turn on your camera? Yes, Delegate of Algeria, you can begin.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you are audible. Please
Yeah.
proceed.
So, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria is located in northwestern Africa and is now the largest country in Africa since the independence of Southern Sudan in 2011. The majority of countries is comprised of desert with extensive mountains to the east. Over 34% of our population lives in rural areas and is heavily concentrated in the fertile natural resource-rich coastal area. Unemployment coupled with rising food prices are some of the greatest challenges Algeria faces today. The country's economy is highly dependent on the energy sector, with fuel exports comprising over 98% of total exports and making up the bulk of the foreign exchange. Algeria has drawn up a special strategy by creating
Share all this once it is done.
Yes, Chair. Can I go on? Okay.
Please proceed, Delegate. Sorry.
Yeah. Algeria has drawn up a special strategy by creating a national committee known as the National Climate Committee in 2015. It's tasked with following up strategies to combat climate change and its effect on development. The committee is chaired by the Minister of Environment and consists of representatives of 18 other ministries. The Algerian government also developed the National Climate Plan in 2017 in order to integrate activities related to climate change, develop analytical studies on the risks of climate fragility, and analyze the risks of the water resource sector. In March 2019, the Algerian government approved a Green Economic Revival Plan by financing sorting operations at the source recycling, supporting manufacturing industries, encouraging investments in the field of waste in order to ensure control of environmental impact and treatment technologies, and establishing a tax exemption for industrial companies that adhere to reducing the emissions of gases and chemical waste that are harmful to the environment. The Special National Plan 2020-2030 aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 22% as a conditional commitment and 7% as a voluntary commitment. The plan is considered Algeria's international front in the field of climate. Algeria made a leap in the field of environment by completely removing leaded gasoline, as it decided to withdraw this type of gas from gas stations starting from last July and generalizing the use of unleaded gasoline. Algeria also launched a renewable energy development company in the February of 2021 with the aim of managing clean energy projects in the country. For his part, our Algerian Prime Minister also praised this country's initiative in the Green Dam project, which extends over an area of 7 million hectares. Algeria is currently working on reviving the ecological fortress to expand to an area of 4.4 million hectares in the next few years. Also, Algeria is the second country after Norway that resorted to recovering carbon dioxide emitted from oil fields and injecting it back into the ground. Here, the Insala CSS project deserves a special mention, which is a world-pioneering onshore carbon dioxide capture and storage project which has built up a wealth of experience highly relevant to CSS projects worldwide. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Czech Republic to take the floor.
Delegate of Czech Republic, are you present? Delegate of Czech Republic, are you present? Czech Republic, this is the last and final call for you. Are you present? Seeing the delegate is not present, we'll move to the next speaker. This concern raised by the delegate of Czech Republic has been addressed from the side of moderator. It's okay, it's fine. Do we have any other delegates who are in the session but are yet to be recognized by the president? All those delegates can raise their hands. I think president can make a list of that and prioritize those delegates. You would be able to raise your hands in the following way. If there are delegates in the session who are yet to give their speeches. I mean the formal speeches, not the informal. President, do you have any other delegates in your list who are yet to give their speech but who are present in the session?
All those who are present in the session have given their speech.
All right. Delegates, again, this is the last one. All right. Since the delegate of Czech Republic is not able to join us, we would be taking some alternative ways to help out delegate of Czech Republic. Till then, again, this is the last final call. Is there any delegate who is currently present in the session but are yet to give their speech? All right. So in that case, delegates, we have officially come to the end of the formal session. Madam President, you may adjourn the session for now.
Yeah.
Suspend
Distinguished
the session.
delegates.
Sorry, not adjourn.
Distinguished delegates. Distinguished delegates, I shall now make the statement in my capacity as the representative of Maldives. We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. My country, Maldives, is an archipelago made up of over 1,100 coral islands in the middle of the Indian Ocean and is the lowest lying nation in the world. Therefore, sea level rise caused by global climate change is an existential threat to the island nation. At the current rate of global warming, almost 80% of Maldives could become uninhabitable by 2050, according to multiple reports from NASA and the US Geological Survey. Our islands are slowly being inundated by the sea one by one. If we do not reverse this trend, Maldives will cease to exist by the end of this century. More than 50% of our national budget is spent on adaptation to climate change. And it is not just Maldives. Small island countries all around the world have been facing the adverse impacts of climate change for no mistake of ours. At the center of the Maldives culture is our coral reefs. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has predicted that by 2050, if the temperature rises by 1.5 degrees Celsius, we would lose 70 to 90% of corals in the whole world. The idea that the developed countries should give climate finance to the developing countries is enshrined in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Many see this as an issue of climate justice based on historical responsibility for global warming. The analysis by the Center for Global Development shows that an average person in a developed country produces more climate emission in just a few days than people in the developing countries do for an entire year. To make up for the environmental colonialism, the developed countries must take immediate action with regard to climate finance and technology transfer. The contribution of Maldives to greenhouse gas emissions is only 0.003% in the global share. Despite having a relatively smaller share in greenhouse gas emissions historically, Maldives and other small island countries are the most vulnerable to climate change. The difference between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees is a death sentence for my country, Maldives. The Maldives government has proposed an innovative and a first of its kind initiative, the Floating City, to fight the impact of climate change. Climate change knows no borders. It will not differentiate between the developed and the developing countries. The future depends on what we do today. Thank you.
Madam President, after you have adjourned, I would like to speak for a few minutes.
Distinguished delegates, we have now concluded the discussion on the agenda item, Challenges of Climate Change. I adjourn the formal session of the General Assembly. We shall meet in an informal session to discuss the draft resolution.
Okay, thank you. I've been listening to all the statements made today, and I must say I was very impressed with the amount of work you did. Many of you were very specific about your country's concerns and brought out the special features of many of these countries. And that is really the purpose. So if you listen to a debate of this kind, you'll realize that there are several angles to the same problem. You all approach it differently from your own perspective. Of course, when you are genuinely of those countries, you will feel even more strongly about what you say. So it came out well, and I'm very happy. But what I did not see was specific suggestions to deal with climate change. How many of you mentioned finance? How many of you mentioned technology? How many of you mentioned the differences between the developed countries and developing countries? So within a debate, you need to engage. So what is the problem? The problem is that everybody does not realize that climate change is an issue. That you have brought out very well. But what does the UN do? Can UN do anything at all? Has it been successful since 1992 in doing anything? You are fixing targets, but nothing is happening. Pledges have been made for billions of dollars, nothing has happened. So that frustration I didn't see in any of you. So that's probably because you were more descriptive than, what shall we say, giving ideas. Because as youngsters, you should think in terms of, as they call, the out of the box, what the UN may have done, may not have done, etc. So that is the only comment I have. Otherwise, most of you are very articulate, very well spoken, and taken your work very seriously. And that's a matter of great satisfaction. But I'm also disappointed that not many speakers have turned up. We had only 42 participants, but in a way it was good because we were able to give everybody a chance before it was 1 o'clock. So we have a few minutes before that to think about the future. So the next session will be an informal session, and we'll meet at 2 o'clock. But please use the time between now and 2 to read the resolution, but because I didn't see any of you referring to any of the resolution at all. Maybe you thought that you would do it on email. But somebody could point out that, the draft resolution has this feature, that feature, some are good, some are bad. But anyway, that can be done later. But normally in the general debate itself, people bring out these issues for further discussion in the informals. So what will happen is that after the when you meet in the informal session, the president will invite your attention to each paragraph by paragraph. First, the preambular paragraphs, and then the operative paragraphs, one by one. So that will enable you to comment on specific aspects of the resolution rather than general points. But before you do that, when you get the floor, if you like to say something generally about the resolution, that this is good or this is insufficient or things like that, some general comments in the first couple of minutes or even less. And then when the turn comes for you to make an amendment, you have to wait till the president comes to that paragraph. And after all the paragraphs are discussed, then she will ask, is there any proposal for addition of new paragraphs? It is also possible, because this resolution has been prepared by the Secretariat, not by the delegations. So Secretariat is putting out the wisdom available in the UN, but you enrich it by adding paragraphs, adding words, expressions, etc. So that is what we'll do. And after that, of course, we will go to a vote. Of course, from the discussion, I didn't find any big differences that will demand a vote. So it can be a consensus resolution. But all depends on the informal consultations and what you want to highlight and what you don't want to highlight. Are there any questions?
Delegates, all those who have questions with regard to the informal consultation or the informal session, kindly raise your hand so that the questions can be recognized and be raised. If at all there are any questions with regard to the informal consultation or informal session, kindly raise your hands.
Okay, one more point. After the informal discussions are over, the delegates are free to co-sponsor the resolution. There will be one sponsor. Of course, anyone can be a sponsor, but see, Maldives, it can be the main sponsor, let's say. But you support a resolution which, if you consider is important, you can put your name to the resolution. So when the final draft comes, it will say sponsored by A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, the alphabetical order. And then you own that resolution. But one thing that you remember is, once you co-sponsor a resolution, then you cannot amend it. Suppose we finalize a resolution in the informal consultations, and you decide as Guyana to co-sponsor it. Then Guyana cannot make any amendments on that draft because it's already your sponsored draft. Okay, that's a formality, because when you co-sponsor it becomes your own resolution. Then how can you amend it? Understand? So that process takes place after the informal consultations complete the text. Okay, it's clear. Then you can inform the president while you speak in the formal session or any other time that I'd like to be a co-sponsor of the resolution. And that is expressing friendliness to the resolution and expressing your commitment. Because in controversial resolutions, it's very important what you sponsor and what you do not. Because sponsors will come to you all the time in the assembly hall with their drafts and say, please co-sponsor. So if you don't read and blindly say something, then later it'll come back to you. This is a co-sponsor resolution, and somebody will challenge you. Why did Germany co-sponsor this resolution? So you have to be very careful. In this resolution, in this subject, there is no such great controversy. But still, you must know the procedure of co-sponsoring resolution, right? Then in the formal, somebody has to introduce the resolution. The president can ask anybody, any delegate, not to read out the resolution, but simply to say that these are the elements of the resolution. And then it's after that that the president will start calling out paragraph by paragraph. And if you have any new suggestions to make in certain new paragraphs, etc., please draft them out and should be ready to read it out. But if you are only making changes in a word here or a comma there, or etc., that you can do without writing. But if you want to add paragraph, which I would encourage you to do, to reflect your opinion, and if others don't object, it will go into the resolution. That is another exercise you can do by way of contributing to the debate. The whole idea is to contribute to the debate and bring out something which is, the thinking of UN Replica 2022. So this need not necessarily be a copy of a UN resolution. It can be something that you contribute. And so that way of thinking you must bring into the informal session. And in the formal session, you don't need to worry about, thanking somebody or doing this, because the time will be lost. So you can just ask for the floor and just speak. But wait for the president to give you the floor. Okay? No more questions?
Delegates, any doubts or concerns with regard to the last 10 to 15 minutes of Sir's conversation? Again, feel free to ask your doubts. We have initially the break was scheduled to happen at 1 p.m. In the sense now you have finished at 34 minutes before that. You have sufficient time to ask your doubts and clear your queries. If at all you have a doubt, please proceed to us.
So I was very happy that you all followed all the instructions. So I feel quite gratified about that, which means you understood the seriousness of what we are trying to do. And also the level of discussion was quite high. Whoever is judging your performance will find it very difficult to choose one person only. So don't be disappointed if you are not chosen. All of you did very, very well. But of course, your performance in the informal will be added to whatever marks been given to you for the formal. So the informal is equally important, and take special care of that. And also you are voting in the formal session, how you follow procedures, who makes statements before the vote, after the vote. All those things which I explained yesterday, you must put it into action. That is how you practice. All right. If I have a chance, I'll speak to you after the informal, before we go into the formal. Okay, Madam President, you are free to let everyone, you have adjourned, but you can let them all go for lunch. Okay.
Distinguished delegates, we shall meet in an informal session at 2 p.m. to discuss the draft resolution.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You can leave the session for now.
went on to represent India at the global level. Sir Arcot Ramaswamy Mudaliar was also the first president of a very important body of the UN, namely the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council, thereby attesting to the prominent role India and Indians have played in the United Nations even before we became independent and continue to play till today. Another aspect which I would like you all to keep in mind is the interconnectedness between our domestic policy and foreign policy. Foreign policy, in many ways, is an extension of our domestic policy. It does not exist in a vacuum. As diplomats, we constantly try to make sure that both our foreign policy and domestic policy are in harmony and protect our national interests. And this is what we strive to do in the United Nations. India is currently in the Security Council for a 2-year period. We have just completed 1 year in 2021. This is the 8th time we are in the Security Council. Given the fact that we have an independent point of view and an independent foreign policy, we have been able to effectively play a constructive bridging role on many issues. Our presidency of the Council was in August, where we focused on some areas of priority for us, like maritime security, UN peacekeeping, terrorism, etc. Prime Minister chaired the session on maritime security, the first time an Indian Prime Minister was chairing a council meeting. We had an important presidential statement, a first of its kind, on the holistic concept of maritime security. On peacekeeping, India has been the largest contributor of more than 250,000 troops over the years. We drafted a council resolution on the protection of peacekeepers, which was adopted unanimously with all the 15 members of the council co-sponsoring it. Our External Affairs Minister chaired this session. We focused on technology and peacekeeping and also contributed $1.6 million to sponsor a technology platform called Unite Aware to protect peacekeepers. We have also gifted COVID vaccine doses for all the UN peacekeepers of the world. It is India's way of walking the talk on peacekeeping. It may interest you to know that the first ever women peacekeepers were Indian, when our women police contingent went to Liberia under the UN flag. The third high-level event under our presidency was on terrorism, which I will come to shortly. As regards 2022, I believe that this will be a period of consolidation and reinforcement of our priorities in the Security Council. We have also taken over as the chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee this year, in addition to continuing as chair of both the Taliban Sanctions Committee and the Libya Sanctions Committee. India will also be the president of the Security Council later in December this year. So we expect to finish off on a high note. Friends, the topic which you have been given to discuss in the UN Replica, climate change and Afghanistan, are two of the most important topics which the world is grappling with, whether inside or outside the Council. On Afghanistan, it is important that the international community should remain united and speak in one voice. The collective expectations of the international community with respect to Afghanistan post-August 15th, 2021 were laid out in clear and explicit terms in the UNSC Resolution 2593 adopted during our presidency. The UN Security Council resolution lays down the requirements on the fight against terrorism, not to use Afghan soil for terror, as well as in terms of the expectations on inclusive, negotiated political settlement with full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and minorities and diverse political ethnic groups in the country. The importance of upholding human rights, including those of women, children, and minorities, and the requirement to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. We also adopted a resolution in December 2021 in the Council, which provides for a humanitarian carve-out to the sanctions to ensure that the dire humanitarian situation in Afghanistan is addressed immediately and the Afghan people receive humanitarian assistance. India has sent urgently much needed medical supplies and vaccines, and are also sending food assistance in keeping with our long-standing support on the humanitarian and the development front to the Afghan people. In this context, a robust presence of the UN in the country would be helpful in this very critical period. We will keep our focus centered on the Afghan people. As regards climate change, it is important for us to acknowledge that India has set itself ambitious targets for combating climate change. The Prime Minister himself announced even more ambitious targets in the Conference of Parties in Glasgow. He called it Panchamrit. We are also probably the only G20 country on path to achieve its 2030 pledge under Paris Agreement. It is equally important to understand that the decisions taken in the Conference of Parties remain the most authoritative decisions, since it is taken by all countries by consensus. Consequently, let us not undercut the Conference of Party decisions, including the decisions taken in COP26 in Glasgow. That is why we firmly opposed the attempt by some countries to bring the issue of climate change into the Security Council, an attempt to override the consensus-based approach of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. We saw this attempt as an attempt to have the Security Council take over the climate change agenda and then take decisions without the involvement of most developing countries. It sought to hand over the responsibility to a body which neither works through consensus nor is reflective of the interests of the developing countries. The developed countries have also fallen far short of their commitments, including mitigation. And we have continued to emphasize on adaptation and climate finance, which is crucial for developing countries. The developed countries pledged US dollars 100 billion per year by 2020. It's already 2022, and they are nowhere near realizing this pledge. We will continue to underline the importance of all the pillars of climate change, especially adaptation, adequate financing, access to technology, capacity building, etc. India will lead by example. One of the important steps we took in the United Nations, along with numerous other developing countries, is to get observer status for the International Solar Alliance, which is an international body and a brainchild of our own Prime Minister. As you know, counter-terrorism is one of our key priorities in the Security Council. Our chairmanship of the Counter-Terrorism Committee is particularly significant because it comes in the 75th year of our independence. The UN has recognized terrorism as one of the biggest challenges facing humanity. We have been consistently highlighting this issue in the Security Council. We have emphasized many of its dimensions as well. For example, the importance of remaining united against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Not provide any excuse for terrorist acts or justify terrorism. Not make any artificial distinctions or labels between terrorist acts, etc. Further, terrorist forces have only grown in sophistication and have learned to use innovative financing as well as innovative technologies, including artificial intelligence, robotic, drones, etc., and launch terror attacks, including on neighboring countries. Consequently, member states should strengthen the implementation of what is called the Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy, which, in fact, India had actively contributed to shaping it. So, as chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee, we will work with other members of the committee to see how best to advance our common agenda on this very important issue. On issues affecting the developing world, India has been a strong voice to protect their interests. African and Middle East issues tend to dominate the agenda of the Council. Given our historical and very close relations with Africa, we have spoken out for African countries against unrealistic benchmarks on their sanctions regime, for greater assistance to Africa to fight terrorism, and support African solutions to African problems. We have equally leveraged our strong and historical links to countries in the Middle East to support a more balanced handling of their issues in the Security Council. Friends, as we end half our tenure in the world's principal organ, tasked with the maintenance of international peace and security, I can state with confidence that we have been making a difference in the way the United Nations and its member states see the world. I thank UN Replica and SHAKAIR IAS Academy once again for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
We actually did this thing as we had this thing. This is really, really
Can you send me that link? Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, Chief Mentor, Office Bearers of SHAKAIR IAS Academy, distinguished dignitaries, young delegates of UN Replica 2022, and my dear friends. It is indeed a great pleasure to participate in UN Replica 2022. I commend SHAKAIR IAS Academy for organizing this online event. SHAKAIR IAS Academy has trained thousands in successfully qualifying for the prestigious civil services. And I'm confident that this maiden venture will benefit several more who are yearning for an insight into how the UN functions. I'm particularly delighted to see that UN Replica go from strength to strength since its first edition in 2016. The UN Replica is the closest you can get to an authentic experience on tackling pressing international challenges in a multilateral context, in this case, the UN context. I would like to particularly thank Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, the Chief Mentor, for not only mentoring you, but also mentoring me over the years as my senior in the Indian Foreign Service. As I have mentioned before, I would like to recall that when I was Under Secretary for Bhutan in the Ministry of External Affairs in New Delhi, I was posted as Second Secretary to the Permanent Mission of India to the UN in Geneva. At the time, Ambassador Srinivasan was Joint Secretary and head of the United Nations Division. When I called on him and sought his advice on what I should expect in the UN, he gave me a piece of advice which has stood me in good stead right through my career. He said, as Under-Secretary Bhutan at headquarters, I was dealing with important India-Bhutan bilateral issues, ranging from the building of dams, airports, big projects, furthering political and trade relations, etc., in a very substantive way. However, when I go to Geneva, he said, I will accost a world where they spend considerable time disputing full stops and commas, where a particular word should be used and where it should be deleted, etc. He said I will be initially quite frustrated entering the world of UN negotiations. However, he added that at the end of my 3-year tenure, I will be so engrossed and taken up by these things that I may end up thinking that nothing really matters except the United Nations. He therefore advised me that as long as I don't swing from one extreme of bilateral relations to the other extreme of multilateral relations and manage to stay somewhere in between, I will do well in the Foreign Service. Why I mention this specifically is that dealing with multilateral or UN diplomacy can be frustrating, especially to get 193 countries on board. But it can also be very intoxicating since you're dealing with all countries of the world and it feels as if you're shaping the world. The truth is always somewhere in between. And this is a perspective all of you young delegates need to keep in mind, which is that the United Nations has its own place and a very important place in the world of today. But it is shapes diplomacy. Friends, since your academy is in Chennai, it is worth mentioning that Tamil Nadu has had association with the United Nations since the birth of the United Nations and its charter. The Charter of the United Nations was signed in 1945 in San Francisco, the United States. What is interesting is that India signed this charter in 1945 itself, 2 years before we even got independence. and became a founding member of the United Nations. And this charter was signed in 1945 by two Indians, both of whom came from this part of India, Shri Arcot Ramaswamy Mudaliar and Shri V.T. Krishnamachari. Both of them came from the soil of Tamil Nadu and went on to represent India at the global level. Sir Arcot Ramaswamy Mudaliar was also the first president of a very important body of the UN, namely the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council, thereby attesting to the prominent role India and Indians have played in the United Nations even before we became independent and continue to play till today. Another aspect which I would like you all to keep in mind is the interconnectedness between our domestic policy and foreign policy. Foreign policy, in many ways, is an extension of our domestic policy. It does not exist in a vacuum. As diplomats, we constantly try to make sure that both our foreign policy and domestic policy are in harmony and protect our national interests. And this is what we strive to do in the United Nations. India is currently in the Security Council for a 2-year period. We have just completed 1 year in 2021. This is the 8th
Hi, delegates. Dom this side. So basically, if everybody could turn on your cameras and show your virtual presence, it would be great. Hi, everybody. Please turn on your cameras so that we have an interactive session rather than, again, a talking to screen session. We'll wait for 2 to 3 minutes so that everybody can join in, post which will start. Again, all are requested to turn on your cameras. I barely see around 12 to 13 cameras on. We want everybody to turn on their cameras who are present here. So the participant count as of now is 27. Initially, we had around 40 plus delegates, so we'll wait for some more time. Delegates, don't make me repeat the same thing. It's all are requested to again turn on your cameras. Unless and until everybody doesn't turn on their cameras, we're not going to start with the session. So kindly cooperate. All right. We had 33 participants now. We'll exactly wait for 2 more minutes. Once we are done with that, we'll start. Also, can the Bureau members acknowledge your presence? The Under Secretary General, the Secretary General, as well as President.
Yes, Domal, the President is here.
President, you are muted.
Hi, Domal, I'm here. The President is here.
You're not audible, actually.
I can hear her.
Okay, now you're audible.
Thank you.
What about the other Bureau members, USG as well as the Secretary General?
The Under Secretary General is present, Domin.
Right. The USG is present. What about the Secretary General?
He's there. He's with the black mask.
All right.
So you can't see her.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you. So all the Bureau members are also present. We'll wait for one last minute before we join in. We have 36 participants now. Yeah, I think we are good to go. Srinivasan sir, would you want to say something before we start?
We know already that the president start informal consultation.
Distinguished delegates, I now open the informal consultation in the General Assembly on the agenda item Challenges of Climate Change. I invite the distinguished delegates of the United Kingdom to present the draft resolution.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
delegate, you're audible.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving the delegate of UK the opportunity to present the draft resolution. Operative paragraph number 1 notes with concern that the nationally determined contributions presented thus far by the parties to the Paris Agreement are not sufficient, and that action is needed to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and underlines the importance of the request in the decision of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention to the parties to the Paris Agreement as appropriate to communicate or update by 2020 their nationally determined contributions.
Does any delegation have any amendments on the operative paragraph number 1?
So, Madam President,
Yes?
should I go on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the delegate of Rwanda would like to put an amendment to one, the operative clause. For the read of the amendment, then I would type in the chat box same. After the end of the first clause, which states that to communicate or update by 2020 their nationally determined contribution. First of all, the date should be changed, and after that
Why
nationally determined
excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Just started with the preamble, right?
No, sir. They started with the his operative clause right away. So I stated the amendment.
Why?
Madam President, would you like to address the
operative paragraphs? Well, you don't want the preamble paragraphs or what?
Delegate of UK, you can start with the preambulary paragraphs.
No, no.
Preambulatory paragraphs.
She was supposed to present the draft. Doesn't mean that she is going to read out. I clarified that.
Yeah,
She
exactly.
just said that there is this draft resolution and it's for consideration. And then the president should start with preamble paragraph 1. He doesn't have to read it out. Everybody has the text. Right? And then go by one. Rwanda jumped into operative paragraph. But what is it that UK delegate read out?
So for your information, the UK delegate read out the operative paragraph number 1. So the
Why?
delegate of Rwanda wanted to propose an amendment.
So you have to wait till the operative paragraph comes. President, are you following?
Yes, sir.
Then why aren't you stopping it?
I will begin now with the preamble paragraph, sir.
No, but before that, the presentation of the draft does not mean that she is going to read it out. I clarified that. It's just a formality for the record that a delegation has presented the draft resolution. That's all. Her job is only that. But if she wants to say something generally about the draft resolution, what it is trying to do, what is it seeking, what are the points about it, etc., she can make a statement, right? And then the president starts consulting the delegates paragraph by paragraph.
Yes, sir.
So would the UK want to say something in general about the draft resolution?
No, sir.
All right, then please move on to paragraph by paragraph consideration.
Yes, sir.
You can at least say there are so many preamble paragraphs or so many operative paragraphs, just to make people alive to the whole. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to generate, this is an informal meeting. So to generate an interest and say things which would attract attention. That is where the discussion will start.
Yes, sir.
So you start with each preamble paragraph and see whether there are comments on each one of them. And
Yes, sir.
Focus on the text.
Yes, sir. So I now present the preamble paragraphs, draft resolution, protection of global climate for present and future generations of humankind. The General Assembly, recalling its resolutions 43 by 53 of 6 November 1988, 54 by 222 of 22nd December 1999, 62 by 86 of 10 December 2007, 63 by 32 of 26 November 2008, 64 by 73 of 7 December 2009, 65 by 159 of 28 December 2010, 66 by 200 of 22 December 2011, 67 by 210 of 21 December 2012, 68 by 212 of 20 December 2013, 69 by 220 of 19 December 2014, 70 by 205 of 22nd December 2015, 71 by 228 of 21st December 2016, 72 by 219 of 20 December 2017, and 73 by 232 of 10th December 2018, and other resolutions and decisions relating to the protection of the global climate for present and future generations of humankind.
Excuse me, again, you didn't get me. I said you don't have to read it.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, it will take the whole day. Everybody has the text, right? So you just invite their attention to first paragraph. Are there amendments? You will not move to the second.
Yes, sir.
Then only to move. If you are going to read it, it will take you the whole day.
Yes, sir.
Not necessary.
Distinguished delegates, are there any amendments to the preamble paragraph number 2?
Preambular.
Preambular paragraphs number 2.
Number 1 is over.
Yes, sir. Distinguished delegates, are there any amendments to the preambular paragraph number 1? Now moving on to the preambular paragraph number 2. So are there any amendments to the preambular paragraph number 2?
If you want to start the discussion, you can say the substance of that. You don't read it. This speaks about what?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go on. Preamble paragraphs, normally nobody, it's all factual matters, no? So nobody will seek any amendment. So just run through it.
Yes, sir. Delegates, does any delegation have any amendments to preambular paragraph number 3? Which decodes for our agreement. Delegates, does anybody have any amendments to the preambular paragraph number 4? Which acknowledges that adaptation to climate change is an urgent priority.
Okay, move on.
Delegates, does anybody have any objection to preambular paragraph number 5? Now moving to preambular paragraph number 6, which is about the special. Does any delegate have
Hello,
any
ma'am.
objection? Yes.
I have a word to be added in paragraph number 6. So yeah, I'll just read it out. Global warming of 1.5 degree in context of strengthening the global response to the threat of climate change, sustainable development, and efforts to eradicate poverty. I would like to add an inequality to the paragraph. So,
Does any delegate?
You want to point out where Yeah. She
So
has
I would
asked
like to emphasize adding a word inequality, because I'd like to emphasize that climate change, poverty, and inequality are often interlinked. So what the most vulnerable communities, such as the tribes, homeless, and women, and the other marginalized communities, are the first and worst to be hit. So I would like to put an emphasis on the word inequality to be added to that paragraph.
Is there any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of Peru?
Delegate of Peru, yes. Okay, move on.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 7.
Operative?
I'm sorry, now moving on to the preambular paragraph number 7. Does any delegate have any amendments to the preambular paragraph number 7?
Hello.
Yes.
This is the Delegate of India. So paragraph 7 talks about reiterating its support for the objection and guiding principles of the Green Climate Fund.
Yes.
So I would like to add in it that it's not only the support and not just the guiding principles, but India would like to mention that there should be stringent mechanism for tracking the financial aid and for the transfer of technology. So there should be some mechanism which not only which tracks the developed countries' contribution towards financial aid and the transfer of technology. So this is what I would like. This is what India would like to add.
Yeah. Can the delegate of India be more clear after which word exactly do you want to add this?
Reiterating its support for the objective and guiding principles of the Green Climate Fund. So in that.
Yes, you can continue.
So would like to add in this the first sentence, reiterating its support for the objective and guiding principles of the Green Climate Fund. So not just the objective and the guiding principles, but there should be stringent mechanism for tracking financial aid and technology of transfer.
So after the word climate fund, you want to add it, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, can you please type it exactly in the chat box?
Sure, will do.
Yeah. Is there any other is there any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of India?
Madam President, I want to add something with this paragraph. I want to add the global gender sensitive approach. I like to add on something vulnerable section also should be included, like that LGBT communities, something like that, because it is only say about the gender sensitive, not all taking about the consideration of all section of the society.
Okay, where exactly do you want to add the word?
Madam, gender sensitive approach. I like to add other gender sensitive approach. I like to add on some vulnerable section also. So it may avoid vulnerable sections also should be here.
Yes, can you please type the language in the chat box?
Okay, ma'am.
Is there any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Poland?
Yes, the delegate of Rwanda would want a clarification from the delegate of Poland for what he meant, because the clause already says gender sensitivity. So the genders is all inclusive. It includes all kind of gender. So it does not require to specifically mention about a particular community in this clause.
Delegate of Poland, you're not audible.
Madam President, I want to say that gender sensitive means only include women and include in gender sensitive means women and males like that. But I want to add on some migrant crises which are going further on, very typical in European nations. So that a specific paragraph about the specific word about the vulnerable section, which should be here. Our country think about that.
Is there any objection to the amendments
Yes,
made
Madam
by the
President.
delegate of
The
Poland?
delegate of Rwanda would not like
May I
this
step in
to be
here?
added in the clause.
Yes.
Madam, can I step in here?
The delegate of
The
Rwanda,
delegate
do you
of
have
French
anything to
Republic.
say?
Yes, Madam President. The delegate of Rwanda does not agree with the delegate of Poland's amendment proposal, and the delegate of Rwanda would like it to be as it is, because anything to add here would only dilute and the power of this clause, because it deals with financial aid and gender sensitiveness. So it does not require any particular community to be mentioned specifically.
Yes, thank you. Delegate of French Republic, you can now speak.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. Apologies for the interruptions. I do want to agree with what the delegate of Poland said, because in addition to mentioning just gender sensitive, I think it will definitely go a step forward in mentioning exactly what the populace that we are catering. I do not see any problem in expanding the scope of that word. So I don't think it will be harmful to expand on what the gender sensitive approach means. And in addition to that, an original point I wanted to make was rather than, of course, including what we are going to do is important, but in addition to that, it would be even more helpful if we could designate how we are going to go about it. Perhaps a clause about maybe, since it's a gender sensitive approach, maybe we could include a clause that says by including more stakeholders who are women from marginalized communities, as an example. So a clause that can be included that way in alignment with what Poland said and what I said would be very helpful.
Yeah, can you please repeat the clause word by word?
So yes, I think it's for the delegates to brainstorm on it, but I think expanding on the gender sensitive and perhaps within brackets, we can mention exactly what the delegate of Poland also suggested. Maybe we can collaborate on that and mention a particular number of groups that we are catering to.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other, does any delegation have any amendments or support to the?
Yes, ma'am. The
Madam
delegate
Yes.
of Rwanda would like the French delegate to know that there is a specific clause about women empowerment and inclusion of women in climate fund in the later part of this document. And my only suggestion is the clause talks about green climate fund. So we do not need to require to add any specific community which creates a lot of confusion, I think, in the statement, and which ultimately defeats the strength of the statement as a whole.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate of Rwanda. Is there any other amendments to the preambular paragraph number 7?
Madam President,
Yes.
in regards to what the Delegate of India has said, I would like to clarify if these suggestions which are mentioned by the Delegate of India regarding strengthening the tracking mechanism, should they be added in the preambulatory clause, or should they be added in as a new amendment in the operative clause, operative paragraphs? Because the preambulatory paragraphs talk about the initiatives which have been taken so far.
Delegate of India.
It can be added in the paragraph, in the operative paragraph.
It's quite
And
possible. Quite possible that may be already there in the operative paragraph. So you have to check that and then see whether it is necessary to be added.
Okay.
Financial mechanism must be there in the operative paragraph, if I recall.
Yes,
so maybe
it is.
here and see when you go to the operative paragraphs.
Okay.
But you have to solve the other problem about disadvantaged communities, or how do you include that?
That should be included.
Yeah, so the president will reformulate it. So you make a suggestion as to how it could be formulated to include the discussion. Where is your undersecretary? Is he there? Undersecretary General? Where is he? Where is he?
Undersecretary General for UNGA, kindly respond to the call.
Yes, sir.
I don't see you. Where are you? Okay. Where you are? So you, do I see you? Raise your hand.
Undersecretary General for UNGA.
He's not on the screen.
So I'm here only.
You're there. Okay. So what I'm saying is that you can work on that paragraph. Are you following it?
Yes, sir.
Having an afternoon nap. Yes.
No, sir. I
So
won't.
you have to help the president to redraft it. Okay? So the president will go
Yes,
on,
sir, sure.
but in the meantime, you work out a compromise. Okay?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
All right. So you move on to the next preambular. Some people are saying preambulatory. There is no such thing. Preambular, please write down preambular paragraph. And it's not operational paragraph, it is operative paragraph. And not a clause, but a paragraph. A clause is different from a paragraph. When you insert something, that's a clause. You are inserting a clause into a paragraph. These are the things you have to learn. That's the whole purpose of this business. Okay, you carry on, move forward, President.
Yes, sir.
Note down that the undersecretary is supposed to do the drafting.
Yes, sir.
Then you have to finally put it all together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead. Move on. Move fast.
Yes, sir. I now present the operative paragraphs.
Not operative. Preambular paragraph.
The
Have you
preamble.
finished preambular?
Yes, sir.
Only 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't you say that? Then you have concluded preambular paragraph, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have to say that. So, subject to the drafting of that paragraph by the Undersecretary General, we have concluded the consideration of preambular paragraphs. Now we move on to operative paragraph number 1. Be very clear.
Yes, sir. Subjecting to the drafting of the preambular paragraphs number 6 and 7 by the Undersecretary General, we are now moving to the operative paragraphs. Operative paragraph number 1. Notes with concern that the nationally determined contributions presented thus far by the parties of the Paris Agreement are not sufficient, and that action is needed to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and underlines the importance of the request in decision 1 by CP 2124 of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention to the Parties to the Paris Agreement as appropriate to communicate or update by 2020 their nationally determined contributions. Does any delegation have any amendments on the operative paragraph number 1?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, madam.
Madam President.
Delegate of Laos wants to make an amendment.
Yeah, the delegate of Laos can speak now.
The delegate of Laos would like to add a clause to the paragraph 1 after nationally determined contributions by adding and integrate global tracking mechanism to report on its progress periodically. This is to ensure an accountability mechanism to prevent the countries from evading from their responsibilities. And so the delegate of Laos would is trying to bring in an accountability mechanism in the international community by adding this clause to paragraph 1.
Can you repeat the clause? Integrate global tracking mechanisms.
To report on the progress periodically.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Laos?
Madam President, I would like to second the opinion of the delegate of Laos, but I would like to rephrase what she said in the last clause. I would like to add, after the contributions recalls that the regular updating of such contributions will be reflected, and we should also have a transparent mechanism for the details of the nationally determined contributions. I would like to present it in the chat box. You can read it, the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Delegate of Rwanda. Does any other delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the Delegate of Laos?
Delegates, all the
Madam
final
President.
amendments are supposed to be, one second, Delegate. All the amendments which are in order.
Madam President, am I audible?
President,
Dormal, your voice is very low. Please speak a little louder.
am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, all right. So all the delegates who are giving their amendments to the draft resolution are supposed to write down their amendment in the chat so as the Undersecretary General and the President can work it out. That's about it. Please proceed, Delegate South.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
am I audible? Yeah,
Yes,
I
you're
would like
audible.
to include one more word, which is compliance system. Just to ensure that every country, every member states are meeting their commitments and it's to be registered into that system. So I would like to include one more word, which is compliance system to the clause.
Where exactly do you want to add this? After which word?
I'll just rephrase it in the chat box, Madam President.
Does any other delegation have any amendments to the operative paragraph number 1?
Madam President, can I speak now? Delegate of Australia.
Yeah, the delegate of Australia can now speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to rephrase the directive that we have used as a point of in order to implement. Instead of the starting directive as note, we can rephrase it as on the importance of the concept of climate justice, and we can continue with the same sentences.
Yes. Where exactly do you want to add this?
The very first word, ma'am, the directive which has been used in the point number 1, which says notes of, it starts like notes with, and I would like to rephrase it as on the importance of the concept of climate justice.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Australia?
Madam President, am I audible? This is the delegate of USA.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I don't have an objection regarding that, but I would like to add on to something regarding the first clause where it states that the nationally determined contributions of all the parties to the Paris Agreement is not what to say, not up to the mark. So I would like to add on to that by stating that every party is doing their bit of work in trying to what to say in trying to mitigate these effects of climate change. In this context, we cannot say that not every party that we are not like fighting hard for our NDCs are not good enough to fight for the climate change. So I would like to move an amendment to that so that not all the I want to remove all the parties that wordings like all the parties are being stated as that their NDCs are not appropriate. So I'd like to remove that. As a delegate of USA, as a developed country, we understand our importance as a big polluter as well as our responsibility in mitigating the effects of climate change. So we are also doing what we can at the maximum level, including climate financing. So in this context, I don't think it would be appropriate to blame all the parties to be responsible for the NDCs are not responsible for mitigating the effects of climate change. I would like to move this amendment, madam.
Is there any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of the United States of America?
Madam President, this is the delegate from China. I would like to object slightly to the amendment made by the delegate of the United States. While I do agree that the wording that the parties to the Paris Agreement are not sufficient, I do agree that it is wrong. All nations are contributing to its maximum extent. But I would like to bring in to the notice of the United States that while developing nations are indeed bringing the most to the contributions, especially to the NDCs, we would like to mention that the United States, we don't think necessarily is participating as much as it should. So perhaps there should be a distinction between the countries that are participating or are contributing enough or sufficiently and the countries that are not. Thank you.
Yes, the Delegate of People's Republic of China, what change do you want to make to the operative paragraph number 1?
We would like to make we would like to mention, I will send it out in the chat, and I just want to say that we would like to mention a distinction between the countries that are contributing sufficiently and are not, so as to bring a sense of accountability as mentioned previously by the other delegates.
Where exactly do you want to add it?
Right after the first sentence. Let me type it out so that you get a better idea as to where I want it mentioned.
But be careful about that, because it is agreed by everyone that these nationally determined contributions, NDCs, are not sufficient. There is no disagreement on that.
Later.
So you cannot claim that some people are doing sufficiently. That's not the meaning here. This whole idea of national determined contributions has not worked out, because all the NDCs were submitted, and when the Secretariat calculated, the temperature will go by 3 degrees Celsius. So what is the point?
Later.
So this is not to blame any particular country or a group of countries. That's what I want to do. So when you amend it, you have to be careful.
Noted, sir. Noted.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah. Now moving to the operative paragraph number 2. Stresses the urgent need to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change and extreme weather events, and in this regard urges member states to continue to engage in adaptation planning processes and to enhance cooperation, namely disaster risk reduction. Does any delegation have any amendments to the operative paragraph number 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam President.
Madam President.
The delegate of Laos would like to make an amendment.
Yeah, the delegate of Laos can proceed.
We would like to add a clause at the end of the paragraph and mitigation, assess technology needs and facilitate technology transfer by developed countries immediately to build back economies and societies.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Laos?
Yes, Madam President.
Madam President.
The delegate of Rwanda would like to add a clause in the operative para 2 to strengthen the para more.
Can you please be a little louder?
The delegate of Rwanda would like to add a clause to the operative para 2 to make it more strong and more resilient. I would just type my amendment in the chat box and I will read it out as well. In the end of the para 2, it should be added that it is also recognized that the current need for adaptation is significant and that greater levels of mitigation reduce the need for additional adaptation efforts, and bearing it in mind that the provision of scaled up finance. I have typed my amendment in the chat box, and if anyone has any objection, they can point it out.
Does any
Madam President, there's a delegate of Bahrain.
Yes.
We want to add a point stating that in the starting class and the starting phrase, like we need to add, find a balance between adaptive capacity in climate change and economical perspective. To stress the urgent need to enhance adaptive capacity, we want to add a point stating that adaptive capacity has to be maintained according to climate change and also from economical perspective.
Does any delegate have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Bahrain?
Madam President, the
Madam
delegate
President.
of Rwanda would ask the delegate of Bahrain to be a bit more specific and clear about about the
Madam
amendment
President,
proposal.
Madam,
before we move on to the delegate of Bahrain's amendment, I would like to comment on the Rwanda's amendment because he had already provided the provision of scaled-up finance, which could be added in the subsequent clauses, which could be clubbed with the other clauses in the later part of this draft resolution. There is an operative clause 7, which talks about finance, and it could probably be clubbed with that.
Does any other delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegates of Rwanda?
Madam, this is the delegates of USA. Madam, I would like to support the statements of both Bahrain as well as Laos. We as a developed country have some obligation towards the developing countries in order to finance their needs. So we understand that, so we support that statement. But at the same time, I would like to oppose the statement of, I think so, it's Bahrain, stating that we need to view climate change from economic perspective as well. Madam, we already know that we are all already late. So there is no time to, no more speeches and debates. So it's not about economy. This is more about our future, our children and our future generation. So I don't think we just need to view only about in the economic perspective. So I would request all the delegates so as to view this climate change not only from economic point of view, but also from the future point of view. So I would like to oppose the statements of delegate of Bahrain. This is what I want to propose.
Thank you.
President.
Yes.
Madam President, as a Poland delegate, I want to say something. If we do this enhanced adaptive capacity, we have to unprecedented investment surge in renewable energy infrastructure, which is nearly 5 trillion annually by 2030. We have to consider it with the adaptive plans and resilient infrastructure in disaster management risk reduction. So we have to, without that things, how can we contaminating climate change like this type of things? It is said by UNFCCC 6 assessment report, the investment surge by $5 trillion annually by 2030. We have to consider it.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Poland?
Madam President, hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate of Bahrain.
Yes, ma'am. Like I would want to add a statement to the delegate of United States of America. Like Bahrain is not recognized as a developed nation, and Bahrain also suffers from a lower economic performance in HDI when compared to other developed nations. So, which as we brought about the phenomena of means of technological development, which also requires developing countries, and funding requests from developed nations is also necessary in that perspective of economical as well as climate change. So I would like to add upon that economical perspective is also some point which adds to the phenomena of climate crisis here. Thank you.
Madam President, could I speak now?
Yes, delegate.
Yeah, Madam President, I agree with the statement of Bahrain. Since I can understand their needs, but at the same time, I would like to reiterate the statement that developed countries have an obligation towards developing as well as the LDC countries in providing the climate finance as well as technology. So we are supporting that statement. As a representative of USA, I am supporting that statement. If that's the scenario, so I think it's time to drop the linkage between economics as well as climate change, as it would be too late, madam. So it would be our speech right now would be a hollow promise. So I would like to reiterate the statement of the delegate of Bahrain.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of the United States of America?
Delegate of Laos would like to oppose what the delegate of USA has said, because trade, economy, development, everything is closely interrelated with the environmental perspectives also of late. So if there is no environmental sustainability, there cannot be growth also, and there will always be a vicious cycle of poverty, and there will be no development for the least developed countries or the developing economies.
Madam President, this is the delegate of China. I would like to agree with the delegate of Laos as well as the delegate of Bahrain. And I agree that while climate change is everyone's collective responsibility morally, but economic climate change and tackling it through economic means is also quite important. And it is a priority for most developing nations. While developed nations can afford to get slightly perhaps emotional about it, but developing nations still have the responsibility of their developing nations people. Thank you.
Madam
Does
President?
anybody? Yes.
Madam President.
Yeah, Delegate of Brazil, you can now speak.
Madam President, I accept the both US and China delegate. But my point of view is why we are neglecting the carbon space. Center for Science and Environment said China with rich countries, including Europe, would occupy 70% of the world's carbon space, and very less carbon space budget would be left for the developing world. So we need the transfer of technology to build infrastructure and move fossil fuels from the updated green technologies, ma'am.
So what clause or words do you want to add to the operative paragraph number 2?
A member state to continue engage in adaptation planning process and to enhance cooperation, we need technological transfer from developed countries to developing countries, ma'am.
Technological transfer from developed to developing countries.
Yes, ma'am.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Brazil?
Madam President, I would like to add a point over delegate of Brazil. Like not only the transfer of technology is enough from the developed nations, also the financial resources, because this exploitation is done by and in favor of developed countries. So definitely the financial resources and transfer of technology should be taken into account, so that from our end, economic and social development and poverty eradication could be fully solved, not at least could be solved prioritizedly.
Yeah, so what is the clause that you want to add here?
I think the same class she also referring, ma'am.
The same class I'm referring to, just an addition of point.
Climate, the climate financing. The delegate of Bolivia talks about climate financing, ma'am.
Yes. So delegate of Bolivia, can you please tell the word where exactly we need to add?
The same point in near to the transfer of technology.
Madam President, just a minute. I would like to.
Delegate of USA, you can speak.
Yes, madam. Madam, as I told you that we are socially obligated towards financing as well as the provision of technologies, but we would like a differentiation among the developing countries, madam. For example, let's take the case of like both India and China are our friends and are very good trade partners, but both are one of the leading 3 emitters, as we all know. So they are speaking only about poverty, but when they talk about developed countries, they speak only about GDP. So this is not right. Even as a developed country, we also have some obligations towards poverty. But in spite of that, we are still progressing and we are trying to inhibit these effects of climate change. In this context, we cannot just state that we are having poverty and just put on blame on the developed countries, stating that we are having poverty, so we just focus on economic perspective. So I would like to move an amendment stating that there needs to be a differentiation among the developing countries in the context of GDPs, so that we can actually, the developed countries can actually provision the finance as well as the tech transfer to the actually required developing countries and not all. So this is what I would like to move, madam.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of the United States of America?
Yes, Madam President. The delegate of Rwanda would like to oppose on the amendment made by the delegate of USA when he says that he wants to differentiate between between the developing countries in respect of GDP, he is blatantly ignoring the historical fact that USA prospered on the resources of the developing country while we were suffering. And now we have a responsibility towards our people. And GDP doesn't matter when the earth has already been polluted by the developed countries like USA and other European developed countries. So what we are asking for is just a proper mechanism to record and to speculate the finances that are coming from developed countries, and it is being implemented in a proper way.
The delegate, does any delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of the United States of America?
Madam President,
Madam
I would like
President,
to
may I step
second
in
the
here?
opinion of Madam President. The delegate of Laos would like to second the opinion made by the Rwanda regards to the statement made by USA. Where US is trying to evade its historical responsibility. And I would also like to ask the delegate of US what has been materialized in the past few years, because US is trying to first differentiate what is a developing country and the least developed country and want to know the criteria for it. But it can consider the least developed countries or the small island nations, and what has it done so far as a concrete effort to improve those nations.
Madam President, may I step in here?
Madam President, could I respond to question of Delegate of Laos, Madam President?
Delegates, before we proceed, all of you are requested to follow some form of understanding, seeing that this is an online stimulation. So please allow Madam President to recognize you and doesn't speak out of order. Though it's permitted technically, but it's highly requested that you do not offend anybody by stepping out of order. Madam President, please take a note of that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. The delegate of Guyana can now speak.
I like to agree with Laos and Rwanda that US delegate is saying that only the developing nations are more responsible for emitting carbon. But it is to be noted that carbon has a resilience time out there in the atmosphere. So what we have now is the emission, what the developed nations have done for the past 50 years. So the responsibility, what they need to shoulder upon is more than what the developing nations are taking up. So I like to, we the developing nations and the poor countries are like, what we suggest is that they, the technology, what they already have, and the finance which they could support, they could give, so that we could implement in the renewable, because the renewable energy sources what we are trying up, what we are installing up now is financially so high. So the technical support and the economical support which the developed nations would give will be much more sufficient, so that the developed nations could abide by the conference. Thank you.
Yeah, the delegate of Argentina can now speak.
The delegate of Argentina would like to make an amendment on the operative paragraph number 2. After the words vulnerability in the operative paragraph number 2, add the word of all living beings. In between vulnerability and to climate change, I would like to add of all living beings.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Argentina? Yeah. So are there any other?
Madam President, if there are no amendments, you just need to proceed with it. Please hurry up. Like you can actually speed up the process by it.
Yes.
Madam
Moving on
President.
to paragraph number 3. Welcomes the Paris Agreement Work Program, commonly referred to as the Katowice Rulebook, adopted as the third part of the first session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement 25, and encourages parties to the Paris Agreement to finalize outstanding decisions in upcoming sessions. Does any delegation have any amendments on the offer to paragraph number 3?
Madam President, can I say something?
Yes, Delegate of Poland, you can speak.
Madam President, my country wanted to co-sponsor this paragraph because the world is far off track on limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level, as outlined in the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. Global emission must be reduced by 45% by the end of decade to reach carbon neutrality by mid-century, which requires an avalanche of action in 2022. So my country is co-sponsored this paragraph number 3.
We don't co-sponsor paragraphs, co-sponsor resolution.
Okay, sir.
The Delegate of Australia can now speak.
I would like to rephrase the point number 2 of the objective paragraph. Can I?
Which paragraph?
Point 2, sir.
Sorry?
2, second one.
We are on 3rd.
Yes, sir, but I raised the hand before the point 3. If it is possible, I will do it, or can I do it at the end?
Well, ask the President. She must be noting down things that have been done on the paragraph 2. So if we include something else, then she has to consider that.
Madam
Yes,
President, can I proceed?
Yes, Delegate of Australia, you can proceed now.
Yes, Madam. Thank you.
On paragraph 2.
Yes, on the operative paragraph number 2.
So we are going back. This we should try and avoid. We must
Yes,
stop the President before she moves on. Anyway.
Sorry, sir. I will do it. So,
Okay.
Can I proceed?
Mention it, yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, Madam President, in the paragraph number 2, I would like to add, rephrase the point as stresses the urgent need to enhance the descriptive response, strategic construction, deliberate preparedness, and strengthen resilience to this in order to include all the 4 phases of the disaster management cycle.
That can be easily added.
Yes, can you please type it in the chat box?
Yeah.
Sure.
Does any delegate have any objection to the amendment made by the Delegate of Australia?
Yes, Madam President. State of Spain.
Yes, you can speak.
I would like to add what the delegate said. I would like to add, encourage the scientific temper to find ways of producing energy efficiency and near solutions to capturing atmospheric carbon.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the State of Spain?
Yes, Madam President. I also include the point of consideration of carbon footprint into that, ma'am.
So where do you want to add that clause carbon footprint?
That Spain delegate point. Next, ma'am.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the Delegate of Brazil?
Madam President, the Delegate of Rwanda would ask the Delegate of Spain to be a bit more specific about the specificities she spoke of the amendment. Specifics of the amendment.
The para 2 is so vague, so I'm adding scientific temper. Finding new ways to capture carbon, atmospheric carbon. And producing efficient energy, the other form of energy.
Madam President, I would, the Delegate of Rwanda would like to state that statements such as this would put an undue pressure on the least developed countries to find out new
and technologically advanced, which might not be important. Such specific technical clauses are added in the para 2.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Delegate of
Madam
Laos
President,
agrees with the delegate of Rwanda.
Yes. Does any other delegation have any objection?
As Spain made its changes in the operative 2 paragraph, actually there is a, in the paragraph 5, there is a phrase called 3 dimensions in innovative, coordinated, environmentally sound, open and shared manner, which is already included here. So there is no need to include in the paragraph, operative paragraph 2, I think.
Does any other delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Spain?
Okay, go on, go on.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 3. Does any delegation have any objection to the operative paragraph number 3? Amendment to the operative paragraph number 3.
Madam President, the delegate of Rwanda would like to add a clause in the operative paragraph 3 in the end, which will say that setting a common time frame is necessary by a common consensus, and that time frame should be binding on all to frame the Katowice rule book. Because it's high time we bind ourselves to a time frame.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Madam President, the delegate of Indonesia would like to object the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda.
Yes,
The
please.
common time frame is out of question because even at the Conference of Parties 26 that happened in Glasgow, it was decided that we take up common responsibility with differentiated stuff. So having a common time frame is not possible for developing nations as compared with developed nations. As we have proposed already in the COP 26, different nations will be having different timeframes of achieving net zero and other ambitious goals that are set in Paris Agreement and consecutive conventions. So a common time frame is out of question.
Does any other delegation have any opposition or support to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Madam President, the delegate of Laos would like to oppose the statement made by the delegate of Indonesia and support the statement made by the delegate of Rwanda, because we have been evading responsibility for so many years and still we have not come to a conclusion, or we are reaching the tipping point basically. So we need to set a time frame within which the countries need to take some action.
Does any other delegation have any objection or support to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Madam President, I would like to give a reply to the delegate of Laos because the different countries have already announced their time frames for the achievement of the ambitious goals, and the developing nations have a staggering timeline to complete their net zero achievements, as well as the previous arguments of the fellow delegates have also been in support of my point. That is, achieving the same goals with the same time frame is not possible for all the nations if at all proper transfer of technology or financing is not done. Until there's an equitable transfer of technology and finance, it's not possible. So having this amendment at this point of phrase or a paragraph is not relevant and not possible.
Madam President, I would like
President,
to
any other delegation?
Madam President, if I may,
reply.
I would like to clarify the delegate of Indonesia that we are not talking about the national determined contributions here. We are talking of a common time for the framing of the rule book, which is being delayed multiple times for certain political and other geopolitical reasons. The national determined contributions of each country could be attained in their own time frame, but the rule book, which is important, should be attained within a specific time frame, or else we will miss the train by inch.
The delegate of Brazil can now speak.
Madam President, I accept the point what the Rwanda said, but I want to specify the rule book of timeline set the point of differentiating developed countries as well as developing countries because they have GDP differences, so we can set the GDP and attain the NDCs in a different year format, so we can specify the timeline for developed as well as developing countries, ma'am.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Brazil? So now moving on to the operative paragraph number 4, takes note of the report of the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change on the 24th session of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention, 26th. Does any delegation have any amendments to the operative paragraph number 4?
Just a matter of fact, there's no need for any amendments. You must move on.
Now moving on to operative paragraph number 5, emphasizes the need for collective efforts to promote sustainable development in its 3 dimensions in an innovative, coordinated, environmentally sound, open and shared manner. Does any delegation have any amendments to the operative paragraph number 5?
Ma'am,
Madam
Delegate of
President.
Peru. Hello, ma'am. Delegate
Yes.
of Peru would like to make include a word included. Emphasis the need of collective efforts to promote sustainable and inclusive is what I would like to add, because not everyone can afford to be sustainable at all times. Hence, it should be emphasized so that necessary measures will be taken so that no one is left out.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Peru?
Hi, this is Delegate of Zimbabwe.
Yes.
I like to propose a clause in the paragraph. Actually, I go with Peru, but I like to propose another clause in the paragraph that I include a word technological transfer. That means at the end, the shared manner, namely technological transfer. I like to include a clause, shared manner, namely technological transfer.
Right word, technology transfer. Okay.
Technology transfer.
Technology transfer.
Madam
Okay, go ahead.
President, does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Zimbabwe?
Madam President.
Madam President, the
Madam
delegate of
President,
Indonesia.
delegate of Laos.
Yes, Laos delegate.
Okay, I would like to add a clause. The delegate of Laos would like to add a clause at the end after shared manner. In this regard, urges the developed countries
1 second. Delegate of Laos, we already have a technology transfer at the end now. So where do you want to add yours?
Sure. After technology transfer, in this regard, urges the developed countries to empower the capacity of the human resources as a pressing priority in developing countries by providing training and skill development in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Let me drop it in the chat box.
Yes.
Are you sure it is not there later in the resolution?
Yes, sir, it's not there.
Okay.
So does any delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of Laos?
Madam President, I second the opinion of all the delegates that spoke before me on the same clause, but I would just ask to change the word from collective and from collective effort to collective but proportional effort.
I don't know what it
President, am I?
I don't know what it means. Proportional effort.
It's a proportional or it's a differentiated effort because the the resources of each countries are different and the level of development each countries are in is also different. So the sustainable developmental
No
effort.
proportion has been fixed and cannot be fixed also. Differentiated is all.
No, sir. I for that only I just wanted, the delegate of Rwanda wanted to change the word collective with collective but differentiated effort.
Normally it is common but differentiated. So here it is collective.
Yes, the collective but differentiated effort.
Okay, that's an accepted principle.
Does any delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Madam President, I would like to step in here and add that I would like to object the amendment that has been proposed by Rwanda, because I do not think we need to add it separately. At the end of the day, whatever efforts, whatever proportion they take, they are still collective. And in this attempt to change the status quo of collective to collective but differentiated, or whatever convoluted other things that are being suggested, I'm sensing a lack of moderation in just the balance on things. I'm sensing a lot of distancing away from their responsibilities. So I would like a little bit of clarification on what they mean by that, in case they still want to include it.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Madam President.
Yeah, the delegate of Russian Federation can now speak.
Ma'am, in order to achieve sustainable development, there should be no discrimination or restrictions or prevention from preventing countries from accessing new technologies and financial resources. So, I like to add it up. Like
So
in
where
order,
exactly do you want to add it?
maybe to promote sustainable development, there should be no discrimination or restrictions from especially the developing countries from accessing certain technologies and financial tools.
Can you please repeat it?
Yes, ma'am. Like there should be no discrimination or restrictions, especially on developing countries, from accessing certain technologies or financial tools in order to promote sustainable development.
Yeah. Does any delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of the Russian Federation?
Madam President.
Madam.
I interrupt, Madam President.
Yes.
Yeah. Madam President, I would like to second the opinion of Delegate of Russian Federation, but at the same time, I would like to point out that we as USA, as well as each and every country in this world, are diverse in whatever way as possible. So I would like to move in a proposal by stating that we need to make this sustainable development in a tailor-made condition. Like the condition that the sustainable development should take into account the locally available factors, the local people's traditions, as well as the characteristics. We as USA, we very well know India as well as all the other developing countries as our trade partners, and we respect their traditions as well as their cultures. In this context, I think it is worth mentioning that the sustainable development should be tailor-made to local conditions. So this is my proposal, Madam President.
Does any delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of USA?
Madam President.
Yes.
Yes. I would like to add only one point after the innovative. Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, we need a transfer of technology to improvise the infrastructures. For this, we add the word of collaborative resource sharing, ma'am.
So after the word innovative, you want to add collaborative resource sharing.
Yes, ma'am. For building infrastructure to move on the green technologies, ma'am.
Can you please repeat it?
We need collaborative resource sharing.
Yes. Does any delegation have? Delegate of Brazil, can you please repeat it?
We need collaborative resource sharing.
Yes.
Yes. For move on for green technologies, ma'am.
Does any delegation have any opposition to the amendment made by the delegate of Brazil?
Madam President, the delegate of Indonesia has an objection with the amendment proposed by the delegate of Brazil. While the amendment made by delegate of Brazil is required, but the relevance of that amendment is not so much in this operative paragraph, as this operative paragraph talks about the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, while adding another dimension to it doesn't make much sense. So while this amendment made by Brazil is required, but it has no relevance at this operative paragraph.
Does any other delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Brazil?
Madam President,
Yes.
the delegate of French Republic here. I would like to second Indonesia's proposal to not include what the delegate of Brazil said, because in the end there is also a phrase for shared manner. I think that sort of indicates the sharing, and also as the delegate of Indonesia hinted at, this statement is more or less about the just the characteristics of how we are going to go about it, and not exactly an activity that we need to do. So yes.
Does any other delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Brazil?
Madam President, I'm not in line with the United States because I like to add to implement this agenda through a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity focused in particular on the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable, and with the participation of all countries, all stakeholders and all people. Because the interlinkages and integrated nature of the sustainable development goals are of crucial importance in ensuring that the purpose of the new agenda is realized. If we realize our ambitions across the full extent, the lives of all will be profoundly improved and our world will be transformed for the better.
Yeah, does any other delegation have any objection to the operative paragraph number 5? So now moving on to the operative paragraph number 6, underlines the need to address the economic, social, and environmental impacts of climate change and emphasizes the need for action at all levels to enhance efforts to build resilience through inter alia the sustainable management of ecosystems and to build resilience to reduce the impacts and costs of natural disasters.
Madam President,
Yes.
the delegate of Lagos would like to add a phrase to the operative clause 6 after at all levels through evidence-based policy making to enhance the efforts for green economy transition. The reason we would like to add this clause is for the optimal and the efficient use of the available resources.
Can you please repeat your...
Yep. I'm adding it here in the chat.
Yes.
Need for action at all levels through evidence-based policy making to enhance the efforts for green economy transition and to build resilience through the sustainable management of ecosystems.
Yes. Does any delegation have any amendment to the operative paragraph number 6?
Mr. President, Delegate of Bahrain, like to take a point.
Yes.
We would like to add that sustainable management and development of ecosystems within their respective regions, so that this can actually reduce exploitation of natural resources on the name of economical goals. Which can also add to the point of climate crisis by individual nations also.
Yeah, can you please tell where exactly you want to add it?
Sustainable development of ecosystem.
Yes.
Sustainable management and development of ecosystem.
Yes.
Within their respective regions.
Yes.
And to build resilience to reduce and impacts on cost of natural disasters.
Yeah. Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Bahrain?
Madam President,
Yes, delegate of South Sudan.
I would like to include man-made disasters in addition to natural disasters in the last.
Does any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of South Sudan?
Madam President,
Yes.
the delegate of Argentina would like to make an amendment to the operative paragraph number 6. At the end of the paragraph, after the amendment made by delegate of South Sudan, to add on all living beings.
Does any delegate have any objection to the amendment made by the delegation of Argentina?
Does it fit in there? Does it fit in there, that word?
Delegate of Argentina?
No, what you said?
On all living beings, after the cause of natural disasters and man-made disasters, on all living beings.
On all living beings? Doesn't mean anything.
reduce the impacts and costs of natural disasters and man-made disasters on all living beings.
Madam President, can I
So you don't say on, do you? I don't know. What are you trying to say? When you talk about the cause of natural resources, disasters, all means human, all living beings. What is it that you're going to add? What is it that's not there?
Reduce the cost.
No, when you say natural and other disasters, there is an impact on all living beings, isn't it?
Okay, sir.
I don't see a point in that, adding it there. Any other view? Anyway, President, don't ask for objections. People can make observations also.
Yes, sir.
We were always asking for objections. There's no need for objections. There could be a suggestion, there could be an improvement. So you can ask for comments, not just really objections.
Yes, sir.
But when you say objection, it sounds a little bit harsh.
Yes, sir.
He's not making any objection. He's simply saying that please add all living beings. So people can think whether this is necessary or not. This is not a matter of, counter amendment. But
Yes,
just actively thinking whether this adds anything to the information.
Yes,
But
sir.
if it is that it adds, then you add it. That's all.
Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions? We operate to paragraph number 6.
Yes, Madam President.
Madam President, the delegate of UK would like to add some words to the operative paragraph 6.
Yes.
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam. Madam President, instead of the word all levels, we'd like to be more specific with words such as national and local government, non-governmental organizations, labor union, and industrialists.
Yeah, can you please type it in the chat box? Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions on
Madam
the
President,
amendment
like
made by
to
the
oppose.
delegate of UK?
Madam President, I would like to oppose the amendment made by UK because there is another clause which talks about non-party stakeholders in the subsequent paragraphs. So that is covered under that.
So does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions on the operative paragraph number 6?
Yes, Madam President. The delegate of Rwanda would like to say.
Delegate of Rwanda, you can speak now.
Yes, ma'am. The delegate of Rwanda would like to say that the amendment made by the delegate of South Sudan to include man-made disaster is vague and it encompasses all. We have another Sindai framework to tackle man-made disasters. And while we are drafting a resolution on the impact of natural climatic disasters, we should refrain from including such all encompassing words like man-made disasters. It could mean anything for any countries, because we have another framework called the Sindai framework for the natural disaster or the man-made disasters.
Yes, the delegate of Indonesia can now speak.
Madam President, the delegate of Indonesia would like to add a word to the operative paragraph 6, wherein I'll just read it. Underlines the need to address the economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical impact of climate change. I would like to add the word geopolitical impact.
Does any delegation have any comment or suggestion to the amendment made by the delegate of Indonesia?
Madam President, I would like to ask the delegate of Indonesia why the word geopolitical needs to be added, as I feel it's a little out of place here.
Madam President, I would like to take the floor to answer the delegate of French Republic. In the current scenario, the geopolitical assets play a major role in while it comes to climate change measures, because while countries such as Indonesia, which has the natural resources, which is the major source of international relations and geopolitics, it's necessary for addressing the geopolitical impact that the climate change has on it. So for all the nations that has natural resources as a primary source of relations between countries, addressing the geopolitical impact is of utmost importance.
Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions to the amendment made by the delegate of Indonesia?
Madam President, the delegate of Rwanda would like to second the opinion of delegate of Indonesia, as climate change does impact geopolitical scenarios, as the
the cause of distress migration is taking place rapidly, and it is destabilizing the government of many nations which have abundant natural resources. So the word geopolitical should be included in this paragraph.
Does any delegation have any other amendment to the operative paragraph number 6?
Madam President, am I audible?
Yes.
The delegate of Uzbekistan feels that there is a need for a statement to be included, which I will read out. Encourages the relevant agencies to collaborate more closely with the countries at grassroots levels to enhance carrying out of relief efforts. I think there is a need for the statement to be included after the impacts of climate change, exactly in the second line.
Madam President.
Yeah, can you please type it in the chat box? Uzbekistan, Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Sure, madam.
Please don't add word just for the sake of it. Just see whether something is covered.
Yes.
If you add more, then it will only become more complicated. So when you say address the economic, social, and environmental impacts of climate change and emphasize the need for action, it covers everything. All that you are saying is already there. So you have to be careful whether you really mean or you need what you are saying, whether it is excluded. Is what I'm saying. Otherwise, you will never be able to finish it.
So does any delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 6?
No, the president should exercise her right to bring in compromises. No?
Yes, sir.
You don't throw it back to them all the time. When you collected a few suggestions, then you try to integrate it and make a. Otherwise, you will keep on adding these things, and eventually, most of those words will have no meaning as well. So you must question them as to why they say it, and then you decide whether you accept it or not. Otherwise, they can come to the formal session and move an amendment. Here, they are just helping you to reach a consensus, right? So
yes,
it's
sir.
a competition of adding things, etc. Okay.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 7, recognizes.
The delegate of Laos would like to oppose the statement given by the delegate of Uzbekistan regarding encouraging the local level initiatives also, because the operative paragraph 6 has the words at all levels, which includes the national, state, and the local governments also. So it's not required to include the words suggested by the delegate of Uzbekistan.
Now moving on to operative paragraph number 7, recognizes that enhanced access to international climate finance is important to support mitigation and adaptation efforts in developing countries, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard. Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 7?
The delegate of Argentina would like to make an amendment.
Yes.
The delegate of Argentina would like to make an amendment on the operative paragraph number 7. At the last part of the paragraph, I would like to add also to form a watchdog organization to monitor the financing.
You are going to propose an organization?
Yes, in order to monitor the financing.
You have the World Bank, you have the IMF. So which organization are you thinking of? See, any financing activity of development goes to World Bank and IMF. So what will you structure? Nobody will let you have you can put in anything in the resolution. But you should think in terms of its practicability. Because there's only one financial structure. You cannot put a superstructure on it. Nobody will agree to that. So you can say that urge the existing institutions to monitor blah blah blah. Okay, President.
Yes, sir.
That-
Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 7?
Madam
As the
President,
delegate of Laos,
Yes.
would like to add the concept of the universal basic income, which is being applied in the Scandinavian countries, to be applied for the environmental governance also. So we would like to add the clause, urges the international funding institutions to guarantee minimum funds or grants to least developed countries and small island developing nations based on a vulnerability assessment. I'm writing it down in the chat.
Yes. So does any delegation have any amendments to the suggestions to the operative paragraph number 7?
Madam
President,
Madam
Delegate
President.
of Poland
Yeah.
wanted.
Just move on, otherwise you will never go. Many more. We have 3:30. By 4 we have to finish.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 8, acknowledges the work undertaken under the auspices of the Marrakech Partnership for Global Climate Action 27 and encourages non-party stakeholders to scale up their efforts to address and respond to climate change.
That's simple. Don't amend it.
Now moving on to operative paragraph number 9, welcomes the holding of the 2019 Climate Action Summit convened by the Secretary General on 23rd September, notes the multi-partner initiatives and commitments presented during the summit, and notes also the Youth Climate Summit held on 21st September.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 10, also welcomes the convening by the President of the General Assembly of the high-level meeting during the 73rd session of the General Assembly on the issue of the protection of the global climate for present and future generations of humankind in the context of the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Okay.
Now moving on to operative paragraph number 11, welcomes the further acceptance or ratification of the Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol 30 by 135 countries, up from 117 countries 1 year ago, expresses concern that the Doha Amendment has not yet entered into force and welcomes the efforts of those parties that are already implementing the Doha Amendment prior to its entry into force.
That's okay.
Now moving on to operative paragraph number 12, recognizes the importance for all countries of averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including extreme weather events and slow onset events, and the role of sustainable development in reducing the risk of loss and damage, and in that regard, looks forward to the outcome of the review of the Warsaw International Mechanism for loss and damage associated with climate change impacts in the context of relevant decisions of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and Article 8 of the Paris Agreement.
Okay, it's all factual.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 30, notes with appreciation the hosting by the government of Chile in Madrid of the 25th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the second session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement in Madrid from 2 to 13 December 2019.
Madam President.
Yes.
Myself, Delegate of Australia, would like to appreciate even the government of Spain, which co-hosted the event.
Yes.
So I would like to add, along with the government of Chile, I would also like to add the government of Spain on the appreciation part.
Yeah, it was only held in Spain, that's all. It's okay, no harm.
Okay.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 14, urges member states taking into account that women and girls are often disproportionately affected by change owing to gender inequalities and the dependence of many women on natural resources for their livelihoods. To promote the integration of a gender perspective into environmental and climate change policies and to strengthen mechanisms and provide adequate resources towards achieving the full and equal participation of women in decision-making at all levels on environmental issues, and stresses the need to address the challenges posed by climate change that affect women and girls in particular, including through the full implementation of the new Gender Action Plan adopted by the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at its 23rd session, and looks forward to its review with a view to advancing towards the goal of promoting gender responsive and equal and meaningful participation of women in support of climate action. Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 14?
Madam President, the delegate of
Madam President,
UK.
delegates of Poland wanted to include something.
Yes.
Madam President, we must have include not only women but also all vulnerable section of.
No, this paragraph is about women. Don't mix it up.
Does any other delegation?
Madam President?
Yes.
Madam President, the delegate of UK would like to comment on the operative paragraph number 14. The United Kingdom welcomes the inclusion of women and girls for their emancipation to bring forth equality for their livelihoods.
What do you want to add in the operative paragraph number 14?
No, it's just a comment, madam. It is an appreciation from the delegate of UK.
Okay.
Accept the. All right, we move on.
Now moving on. Does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 14?
Madam President, the delegate of Rwanda would like to suggest the addition of transgender as well in the clause. Women, girls,
Gender?
as
What
well
gender?
as
Sorry. What gender?
transgenders.
Delegate of Rwanda, please be louder.
Madam President, am I audible loud enough?
Yes.
Yeah. The delegate of Rwanda would like to add the term transgender as well with the women and girls.
That's another issue.
If all the nation states is in consensus.
Oh.
Any delegation have any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of Rwanda?
Madam President, delegates of Poland already suggested not only women or transgender specific, it is also all vulnerable section of society should be included.
We can include it here because you are suggesting it earlier also. No, the only my concern is this paragraph is exclusively meant for women. And then once you mix it up with that, the emphasis will go. Transgenders, other minorities, etc., etc. So it's okay. All right, take it on. Take it on, President.
Yes, sir.
You must know where to insert it.
So does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 14?
Madam President, I would like to make an observation here is that with regards to the addition of the word transgenders or minorities for that matter, I do not think it's simply a case of adding words to the statement. I think that will also encompass some sort of wholesome amendment to the entire paragraph. So in that case, I think we'll have to think twice before we add any other word. So since the statement seems to be particularly catering to only women and girls, we may have to reframe the statement if we are including transgenders or minorities. And even if we reframe the statement, I do not think the delegate of French Republic has any problem. Thank you.
Does any other delegation?
Madam
Yes?
President, I do agree with that, as these clauses of being these words are being included in the clauses that was mentioned before. So I don't think that it is to be done at in this clause.
Does any other delegation have any suggestion to the operative paragraph number 14?
Okay. All right. All right.
Yes.
Madam President, yeah. Am I audible, Madam President? Madam President,
Yes, delegate of USA.
Yeah, madam. I would like to support the statement of delegate of Rwanda in adding these statements of transgender because it is very much important today, madam. As we cannot state that In future, we might also have a trans woman representing our country. In that scenario, it's not just a statement of words, but it's something that we need as a policy makers to implement this. So I strongly believe that this amendment needs to be done, madam. So this is what I would like to add up.
Do you want it in the same paragraph as about women?
No, sir. I would like to add that. No, sir. I would like to add that. Yeah.
About men. There you can also add transgenders. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, sir.
Why are you linking it to women? Women are not transgenders. They are different.
Yes, sir. But
so if you have dealt with all disadvantaged communities elsewhere in the resolution, it's better not to mix it up with a particular paragraph relating to women. That's what I'm saying. So the focus will be lost.
Madam President, we can add a separate paragraph regarding the vulnerable sections and all the transgender and LGBTQ group, if that suffices.
Maybe a solution. But she can herself draft it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 14?
Yes, Madam President. I think the paragraph refers to the Lima work program on gender. Lima work program on gender. So to avoid confusion, we can even mention that it's about that Lima gender initiative. And yeah, I would support separate clause for the LGBTQ and the transgender.
Which declaration are you referring to? Lima Declaration or something you said?
Delegate of Peru?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
No, you said something about relating to a particular conference or something. Didn't you say?
Yes, sir. It was in 2014. It was established, and I would like to even mention that this paragraph is about the initiative. So it would avoid confusion in regards to the addition of transgender.
I agree. What
in this point?
The name of the
Lima Work Program on Gender.
Lima Work Program on Gender. Is it the UN document?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's Gender Action Plan taken in COP 25 in 2014.
So you think this language has come from that declaration?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can include it. You give the exact name to the president.
Yes, sir. I'll message it.
Delegate of Peru, please type it in the chat box. So does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 14?
Okay, move on.
Now moving on to the operative paragraph number 15, welcomes the outcome of the Conference of Parties in Glasgow in November 2021, consisting of suitable, effective measures to save the succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change. Does any delegation?
It's the most important paragraph because it's the first time anybody is writing about the Glasgow conference. No other conference was held after that. So this is a contribution we are making as a body of the UN. We are giving full support to Glasgow. But if there is anybody who has registered reservations about Glasgow, then they'll have to include something. Because we are endorsing the entire Glasgow declaration.
Does any delegation have any suggestion or comments to the operative paragraph number 15?
Madam President, the delegate of Laos would like to add the word present and succeeding generations after the word to save the present and succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change.
Well, it means the same thing. Present is not excluded when you say succeeding generations. They're not saying, please leave out the present and take the succeeding. That's not the meaning. See, the meaning in the UN Charter, it says to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which does not mean that the present generation is excluded. You seem to think that this is excluded. So It doesn't have that meaning. Don't be afraid that you'll be left out. Okay, are you worried?
No, sir.
Then you should say, on that understanding, I can accept it.
Yeah, I understood the meaning for succeeding is including the present generation also. So that is clear, and so it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So,
The
President, you
delegate,
know,
yes, sir. The delegate of Singapore can now speak. Does any delegation have any comments to the operative paragraph number 15?
No, Madam President.
Yeah, the delegate of the French Republic can now speak.
Madam President, with respect to the Glasgow Conference of Parties, I do not think the delegate of French Republic is exactly welcoming the exact outcome of the effective measures, because there was initial phase for phasing out of coal industries, but it was later changed to phase down. So I think to have an equitable measure of climate change initiatives, I do not think we will be very receptive of that.
what is the change you can make?
Instead of welcoming, I think we can say acknowledge or notes with concern.
No, so concern is not there. It's a positive statement. Or you can say notes.
Yeah.
But that is very diluted.
Yes, sir.
So you are condemning the whole Glasgow conference.
The delegate of Australia can now speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Since we are at the last point, I would like to add a new point to the operative clause.
No, but how
Can I go
about
ahead?
15? Do you have any suggestion instead of welcome, something else?
No, no, sir. I'm okay with the point.
With notes.
Yes, sir.
You simply have to say notes the outcome.
Instead of welcome, notes will be further better, sir.
Okay. If that
Does
is,
Yeah, does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 15?
Yes, Madam President, the delegate of Rwanda would like to change the word welcome with recognizes the need for faster implementation of the outcome of the Glasgow conference. That I think would be an apt statement, because the conference of Glasgow was not very satisfactory for the least developing countries, as the developed countries and the bigger developing countries were not very forward in adapting to sustainable changes. So
yes, whole night they had to wait. The paragraph was not going through, remember?
Yes.
The word the phasing out of coal. The huge division. It was finally India which suggested a compromise, phasing down coal. I don't know what it means. Of course, the meaning is supposed to be that slowly we'll phase out, not phase down. So that's a peculiar phrase which is used there. No, so I agree on the outcome. Everybody is not unanimous, and therefore what you suggested may be good. Welcomes the implementation, etc.
So the delegate of Rwanda, can you please type it in the chat box?
Yes, Madam President.
So now moving on to the operative paragraph number 16.
Not moving welcomes. Okay, last one is just nothing to discuss. There is a request in
Madam
this.
President,
Madam President, can I?
the delegate of Laos.
Yeah, the delegate of Laos, you can speak now.
As a country which has recently graduated from its least developed country status, we would like to propose two amendments, two new paragraphs to be included in this resolution, which is as follows. Calls upon the member states to contribute to an international repository of climate action managed by the UN Secretariat to strengthen information gathering, systematize the traditional knowledge, and utilize the experiences of various members in addressing the localized problems. And the other point is, strongly encourages the member states to involve its people in partnership with the international community and create awareness. We believe this can bring a lot of changes and very significant.
But where have you taken this from? You must have taken it from some text.
No, sir.
It is your own?
Yes, sir. Because these this resolution did not talk about people, rather it only spoke about the governments at all levels, where it spoke about non-party stakeholders, but it never included the word people in the entire resolution. But people do have a great role in addressing the climate change. Local level participation at people level is very much, community participation is very much important. And the other point, a global repository, as already stated by the delegate of US, he said every country has its own problems and localized problems, and we can gain experiences from such countries. For example, if Japan has used the Miyawaki method for urban forestry, the other countries can borrow that and use it for their afforestation purposes. Like countries like Laos, Singapore they face a lot of flash floods and flooding problems, which can borrow the method of the building dikes from Netherlands. So when we have all these experiences in a global repository, every country has access to this repository, it will be much more beneficial to all the countries to address the localized problems using the global solutions also.
Okay.
Madam President, may I
Yes.
step in?
Yes.
Delegate of French Republic here. I have a couple of observations regarding the proposals by the delegate of Laos. First thing is the 2 points that the delegate of Laos mentioned, I think are pretty much redundant, because when the paragraph number 17 may be accomplished, 18 will be implicit. It already creates a certain awareness among the international community, particularly with respect to the clauses where she says information gathering, which implicitly informs a certain level of awareness. And regarding the second proposal, that is number 18, I do think when she says people, I'm not very clear about what that means, because some of the governments that are represented here are directly elected by the people. So I do not exactly understand how the people could be involved. Is the delegate talking about a particular committee or some stakeholder organization which I'm not aware of? I would like a little bit more clarity on that. Otherwise, I would like to strongly suggest that we all do represent our people here in whatever capacity that we can. So I find that point to be completely a little out of place here.
Madam President, in response to what the French delegate has said, I understand that all the countries are chosen by its people, but what we have referred to is a community level participation, taking into account the work of the people. For instance, I could also quote few countries which had talked about creating citizenship awareness about the climate change. So once people are aware about some big global warming and other things going on, they will be responsible at the local levels. Let's say for in the urban spaces, each houses have 2 to 3 cars. But when everyone understands the gravity of the issue, they can change to one car per house can be accommodated. So these are small initiatives which can make a big difference. This is what
Madam President, the delegate
Madam
of
President, if
Rwanda
I may be allowed to
would
respond
like to
to
second the
delegate of
opinion of
Laos.
delegate of Laos, but with certain changes. I think the delegate of Laos is mentioning some committee like the local committee of conservation of biodiversity, where the local knowledges are placed and documented. So such a local climate resilient committee could be formed by all the member countries, and such documentation could help one another in mitigating the local and small level climate changes that our farmers and our local peasants face in each country.
Madam President, may I be allowed to respond?
Yes.
Yes. So I do think I have listened to the responses by both the delegate of Laos and Rwanda, but I'm still a little unconvinced as to why we need to include a separate clause, because it is implicitly understood that we are all working for our people. Even ideas of information gathering at the local level and everything are happening through the government in each of our state, whatever be the type of state that is in place in each of the nations. So I would like to strongly reiterate that the point is it still stands redundant, and I am a little unconvinced as to why we need to bring in that interpretation, because it is implicitly assumed that we are doing this for our people. And I would also like to point out that in an earlier recommendation, since we are talking about localized systems and local governance, when the phrase all levels came in one of the proposals, it was interpreted to mean all three tiers of governance in a country. So I do not know why we also need to mention a localized system here.
No, there is one thing I can tell you, that people-to-people action is often emphasized in UN documents. You know, UN is a organization of governments and not people. But the charter starts by saying we people of the United Nations. So that's where the contradiction is. And therefore, people do try to include reference to people-oriented action. There's nothing wrong in what Rwanda is saying, or Laos. Was it Laos?
Yes, sir, Laos.
No. So what Laos is saying, there is some point in it. But then what we have to look at the resolution as a whole and see if there is something missing somewhere. But if people-to-people contacts are mentioned somewhere, then we don't need to reiterate it. So the president can have a look at it and see whether this idea of people-to-people cooperation is not reflected anywhere else, in which case you can add that.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the operative paragraph number 15? Or is there any delegation who wants to add any new paragraph?
Don't tempt them. Don't tempt them. Just go on.
Madam President.
Madam President, Delegate of Australia wanted to add one more point. Can I?
Yes, Delegate of Australia.
On the amend of the pandemic situation, as per the Paris Agreement, I would like to re-emphasize the food security part along with the climate change crisis. On this note, I would like to add the following point as an additional paragraph. Recognizing the priority of safeguarding food security and ending the hungry and the vulnerability of the food production system to the adverse impact of the climate change. In amend of the pandemic situation, as per the context of the relevant decision of COP25 to UNFCCC Article number 2.
Does any delegation have any comments or suggestions to the amendment made by the Delegate of Australia?
Yes, Madam President, being an agrarian country with 70% of the population involved in agriculture, food security becomes a cause of concern for Rwanda as well. So I would like all the delegates to come to a consensus regarding this paragraph, and we should have a paragraph exclusively for the security of the food production system, as it is the most vulnerable part which gets affected by the climate change and disasters.
So does any other delegation have any comments or suggestions to the new operative paragraph added by the Delegate of Australia? The Delegate of Australia, can you please type your new paragraph in the chat box?
Yes, ma'am, I'm doing.
Okay, then move on to 16.
Operative paragraph number 16 requests the Secretary General to report on the implementation thereof and the improvements achieved to the General Assembly at its 77th session.
This is like motherhood. It cannot be amended. Right?
Yes, sir.
Simply asking the Secretary General to report. Very good. So we have completed it on time. So you can tell them that the informal consultations.
Yes, sir.
All the very valuable suggestions, and you undertake to incorporate them in the final text. So you are taking the responsibility.
Yes, sir. We are now concluding the informal consultations, and the new paragraphs and the revised paragraphs will be formulated on the basis of the discussion and will be presented in the formal session of vote. Distinguished delegates, can we accept the draft resolution orally amended on the understanding that the actual language will be finalized by me in consultation with those who amended it?
Very good.
So is there any objection? I have now finalized the draft resolution as orally amended. I now adjourn the informal session of the General Assembly. We are now moving to the formal session.
All right, no break. Nobody wants a break, then carry on. Okay. Reconvene the formal session. I need a break.
President, you may adjourn the session for now. It's already 4. Madam President. Yeah.
Are we starting the formal session? I'll say so.
Huh?
Are we starting the formal session now? President?
Yes, sir.
No, are you calling the formal session now? Then do that.
Yes, sir.
Make the form-
Distinguished delegates, we are now moving to the formal session. I shall now put the orally amended operative paragraphs of the resolution to a vote.
No. Why? You will put the whole resolution to a vote. Those are all been accepted.
Yes, sir.
So now the draft resolution is already amended, theoretically, right?
Yes, sir.
So what you should ask is whether there is a consensus on the whole resolution.
Yes, sir.
You don't propose a vote. You propose that now, since we all agreed on the changes, can we now accept this resolution as a consensus resolution? Then if somebody has a proposal to vote on it, then you accept that.
Yes, sir. Distinguished delegates, can we now accept the resolution on a common consensus?
Yes, thank you.
The resolution has now been adopted by common consensus.
Yes.
See that the resolution raises a simple majority. I, as the President of the United Nations General Assembly, declare that the resolution has been adopted.
By simple majority, why did you raise that? This is a unanimous resolution, a consensus resolution. Now you can give chance to everybody to speak, whoever wants to speak, after the adoption.
Does any distinguished delegate have any statement to make?
There are several hands I saw.
The delegate of Laos can now speak.
I had to drop the hand. It was raised earlier.
You didn't raise your hand, still high. You can still see it on
I
the
raised
screen.
it earlier, sir. Not now.
I saw several hands. Now nobody seems to be wanting to speak.
Does any distinguished delegate have any statement to make?
After the vote.
After the vote?
So normally all your frustrations, no? You thank the chair president and say, but I would have liked that water to be included, would have liked that, but for the sake of consensus, I have conceded. Such kind of statements people make. All right.
Yes.
Okay, then we have concluded the General Assembly session.
Yes, sir. The General Assembly session has now been adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam President. Thank you, everyone.
So the General Assembly is over. Now we move on to Security Council tomorrow. But the President has the job of putting it all together somewhere on a computer so that it can be circulated to the members. The new text.
Yes, sir.
That's a formal. Everybody has a right to have the final